Story 1. I came home by surprise and heard my husband telling his friends that he kissed my best friend secretly at our wedding. They all laughed at me. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories and leave your like on the video. I balanced the bakery box carefully as I fumbled for my keys, grinning at the thought of his face when he saw the cake. 3 layers, chocolate ganache, the works. I'd taken a half day off work, driven across town to that fancy bakery he loved, spent way too much money, but it was his birthday, and I wanted it to be perfect. The front door was unlocked. I frowned, pushing it open quietly. He must have come home early, too. Then I heard it. Laughter. Male voices coming from the living room, loud and unrestrained. I recognized his laugh immediately. That deep rumble that used to make my stomach flip. Now it just made me pause in the hallway, uncertain. Man, I still can't believe she never noticed, someone said. It sounded like his college friend, the one who always drank too much at parties, right? I mean, it's right there on the video, clear as day. Another voice, higher pitched. His cousin, maybe. My husband's voice cut through. What can I say? She was too busy playing perfect hostess to notice anything. They erupted into laughter again. Something cold settled in my chest. I set the cake box down on the console table, moving slowly, quietly. My feet knew the way through our house, avoiding the creaky floorboard near the kitchen, staying close to the wall. Through the archway, I could see the back of the couch, the glow of the TV reflecting off the walls. Play it again, someone urged. The part where Wait, let me rewind. I stepped closer, pressing myself against the wall. On the screen, I saw myself in my wedding dress. White lace, sweetheart neckline. The dress I'd searched for over 6 months to find. I looked happy, radiant, clueless. The camera panned across the reception. There was the DJ booth, the buffet table with its ridiculous ice sculpture, guests dancing. Then it zoomed in on a corner of the venue, partially hidden by floral arrangements, my husband in his tuxedo, and my maid of honor, Becca, in that emerald green dress we'd spent hours picking out together. They were talking, standing close, too close. Then he leaned in and she didn't pull away. It wasn't a cheek kiss. It wasn't a congratulatory hug that went wrong. His hand was on her waist, her fingers clutching his lapel, and their mouths were together for 1, 2, 3 seconds that seemed to stretch into eternity on that screen. Look at her in the background, one of them said, pointing. On the screen, I could see myself across the room laughing with my aunt, completely oblivious to what was happening 20 feet away. She had no clue, my husband said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. Still doesn't. You think she ever watched the video? Nah, she watched it once right after the wedding. Said it made her too emotional to watch again. Too many happy memories or whatever. He said it mockingly and they all laughed. My hands were shaking. I pressed them flat against the wall, trying to steady myself. Becca, though, the cousin said. She was hot that night. Still is. Tell me about it, my husband replied. Sometimes I wonder. Dude, you're married. Yeah. To someone who thinks folding my laundry is quality time. More laughter. My vision blurred. I couldn't tell if it was tears or rage or both. But hey, he continued, her dad keeps the bills paid. She keeps the house clean. And I get to do whatever I want. Not a bad setup. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, watching them rewind and replay that moment over and over. Each replay felt like a fresh wound, the knife twisting deeper. Finally, I forced myself to move. I walked backward, retracing my steps through the hallway, past the abandoned cake box, out the front door. I sat in my car in the driveway staring at the steering wheel. 3 years. We'd been married for 3 years. And on the day I'd promised forever to him in front of everyone we loved, he'd kissed my best friend and she'd let him. My phone buzzed. A text from him. Where are you? Thought you were coming home early. I stared at it. Through the windshield, I could see the living room window, could see the flicker of the TV screen. I picked up my phone and called my sister. When she answered, I couldn't speak for a moment. Hey, she said. What's wrong? Can you come over? My voice sounded strange, distant. I need you to come over right now. I'm on my way. I hung up. Then I got out of the car, grabbed the bakery box from the console table, and walked back to my car. The cake was still perfect, completely intact. I set it on the passenger seat and started the engine. I drove to the park 3 blocks away and sat there, engine running, air conditioning blasting, even though it wasn't hot. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My sister arrived in 15 minutes. She pulled up next to me, got out and climbed into my passenger seat without a word, moving the cake box to the back. Talk to me, she said. Couldn't. Not yet. Instead, I pulled out my phone and opened the voice recording app. I need to go back. I need to record what they're saying. What? Why? Because no one will believe me otherwise. My voice sounded mechanical, detached. Because I need proof. She studied my face for a long moment, then nodded. Okay, let's go. We drove back in silence. I parked on the street this time instead of the driveway. My sister stayed in the car while I approached the house alone, phone already recording in my pocket. The front door was still unlocked. I could hear them before I even stepped inside. They'd moved on from the wedding video, but the conversation hadn't improved. I'm just saying, man, you've got it pretty good, the college friend was saying. Nice house, everything paid for, and you don't have to do shit, right? Her dad basically funds our whole life. The mortgage, the cars, even that vacation we took last year. All him. My husband sounded proud of this. And she doesn't even realize how much control I have. She thinks we're partners. What about Becca, though? The cousin again. You two still in touch? My breath caught. I pressed closer to the wall. Here and there. She texts sometimes. Nothing serious. Yet, someone said, and they all laughed. Look, I'm not stupid enough to blow up my situation. As long as her dad's writing checks and she's cooking dinner every night, I'm staying put. It's comfortable. But you're not happy, the college friend said. It wasn't a question. A pause. Happy? I don't know. It's not about happy. It's about easy. And this is easy. Until it's not, the cousin said. What happens when she figures out you checked out years ago? She won't. She's too busy trying to be the perfect wife to notice I stopped trying to be a good husband. More laughter. I felt sick. Remember your bachelor party? The college friend said. You told us then you weren't sure about getting married. Yeah, but her dad had already put down the deposit on the venue. What was I supposed to do? And honestly, it's not terrible. She leaves me alone most of the time. The house is always clean, and I don't have to worry about bills. Could be worse. Could be better, though, the cousin said. Could be with someone you actually want. I stopped recording. I'd heard enough. I walked back outside, got in my car with my sister, and played the recording for her. She listened in silence, her face growing harder with each passing second. That son of a beach, she said when it finished. That absolute son of a beach. 3 years, I said. We've been married for 3 years, and this whole time he married you for money and convenience. She wasn't asking. My dad doesn't even give us that much. He helped with the down payment on the house. And sometimes he gives us money for Christmas or birthdays, but it's not like we're living off him. Doesn't matter. That's how he sees it. You're a meal ticket and a maid service. I stared at the steering wheel. The recording was still playing in my head on loop, mixing with the image of him kissing Becca at our wedding. What do you want to do? My sister asked. I want him out, I said. The words came out stronger than I expected. I want him out of my house. Tonight. Tonight. She reached over and squeezed my hand. Then, let's go get him out. We sat there for another minute, gathering strength. Then I started the engine and drove back to the house that was in my name, that my father had helped me buy before I even met my husband, and that I'd stupidly added him to the mortgage on after we got married. My sister followed me inside this time. The men in the living room looked up when we appeared in the archway. Hey babe, my husband said, smiling like nothing was wrong. like he hadn't just spent the last hour mocking our marriage. I thought you were working late. I said. My voice was steady, cold. But I came home early for your birthday. He stood up and I saw the moment confusion crossed his face. He could tell something was wrong but couldn't figure out what. The cake's in the car, I continued. Chocolate ganache, 3 layers. I spent 2 hours picking it out. Oh, that's really nice. I heard everything, I said. The room went silent. His friends exchanged glances. What do you mean? But his face had gone pale. I held up my phone. I heard you talking about the wedding video, about Becca, about how my dad pays for everything and I'm basically your maid. It was just guy talk. I didn't mean. Get out, I said. What? Get out of my house now. His friends were already standing, grabbing their phones and keys, mumbling excuses about needing to leave. They couldn't get out fast enough. My sister watched them go with her arms crossed, making sure they actually left. When the door closed behind them, my husband turned back to me. You're overreacting. It was just stupid guy talk. I didn't mean any of it. Yes, you did, I said. Every word. He tried to follow me as I walked to the bedroom. My sister blocked his path. Give her space, she said. This is my house too. Actually, I called from the hallway. It's my house. My name was on the deed first. You got added to the mortgage, but the deed is still primarily mine. I pulled suitcases from the closet and started throwing his clothes inside. Shirts, pants, shoes, everything within reach. I wasn't being careful. I wasn't folding anything. I just wanted him gone. He appeared in the doorway. Stop. Can we just talk about this? There's nothing to talk about. I didn't look at him. You made it perfectly clear how you feel. You're here for convenience and money. Well, the convenience is over. I was venting. I was being an idiot. You know how guys are when they get together. I know how you are, I said, finally meeting his eyes. You kissed Becca at our wedding. His face went blank. That was nothing. It was 3 years ago. It was our wedding day. And you never told me because it didn't mean anything? It was stupid. We were drunk. It was 1 second. It was 3 seconds. I watched the video multiple times, actually, since your friends seemed to enjoy replaying it. He ran his hands through his hair. Okay. I effed up. I should have told you, but nothing happened after that. I swear. Do you still talk to her? A pause. Too long sometimes. But it's just. Get out, baby. Please don't call me that. I zipped one suitcase closed and moved to the dresser for more clothes. You don't get to call me that after what you said about me. I'm not your baby. I'm not even your wife, apparently. I'm just the woman whose father pays your bills. I didn't mean it like that. Yes, you did. I grabbed another armful of his clothes. You said you're only staying because it's comfortable. Because I cook and clean and don't bother you. Well, I'm bothering you now. Pack your things and leave. My sister appeared behind him. Can you talk to her? Tell her she's being crazy. She's being sane for the first time in 3 years, my sister said. Now move. He looked between us and I saw the moment he realized we were serious. Where am I supposed to go? Call your mother. Call your friends. Call Becca for all I care. Just get out of my house. Our house. I'm on the mortgage, which I can refinance in my name. My dad will help me. You know, the dad whose money you've been living off of. His jaw tightened. That's not fair. Fair. I laughed, but it came out harsh. You want to talk about fair? You've been pretending to be a good husband while mocking me behind my back. You kissed my best friend at our wedding. You just admitted you checked out years ago, and you think I'm being unfair. I made mistakes. Okay, I'm sorry, but you can't just throw away 3 years of marriage over one bad day. This isn't about one bad day. This is about 3 years of lies. I dropped another suitcase at his feet. This is everything from your side of the closet. If I missed anything, I'll mail it to your mother's house. You're really doing this right now on my birthday? The audacity of that statement hit me like a physical blow. Yes, right now on your birthday, because I came home with a cake to surprise you. and instead I found out my entire marriage has been a complete joke. He stared at me for a long moment. I waited for more arguments, more excuses, more manipulation. But something in my face must have told him it was over. Fine, he said finally. Fine, I'll go. But this isn't over. We need to talk about this properly when you've calmed down. I am calm, I said, and I was. Underneath the anger and hurt, I felt strangely clear-headed. And we will talk through lawyers. You can't be serious. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. My sister handed him his suitcases. He took them, his hands shaking slightly, and looked at me one more time. You'll regret this, he said. No, I said quietly. I regret the 3 years I wasted on you. I'm not making that mistake again. He left. My sister and I listened to him stumble down the stairs, heard the front door open and close, heard his car start in the driveway and pull away. Then I sat on the edge of the bed and started to cry. My sister sat beside me, pulling me into her arms. I sobbed into her shoulder, all the shock and pain finally breaking through. She didn't say anything. She just held me while I fell apart. When the tears finally slowed, she got up and came back with a box of tissues and a glass of water. Drink, she said. I did. My throat was raw. We need to call Dad, she said gently. And you need to call a lawyer first thing tomorrow. I nodded, wiping my face. What about Lily, our daughter? She was at my parents' house for the night, having a sleepover with them. She had no idea her world was about to change. We'll figure that out, my sister said. One thing at a time. The next morning, my parents arrived early. My father's face was tight with controlled anger when I played him the recording. My mother just looked sad. I never liked him, my father said quietly. But I thought maybe I was being overprotective. You were right, I said. We were sitting at the kitchen table, Lily still asleep upstairs. What about everything? My mother reached across the table and squeezed my hand. What do you need from us? A lawyer. A good one. My father nodded. I know someone. She handled my business partner's divorce last year. She's tough. Good. I want tough. My sister brought coffee and we started making a list of everything that needed to happen. Change the locks, remove his name from shared accounts, document everything. My father offered to help with the mortgage refinancing. The house was yours first, he said. We'll make sure it stays that way. Around 9 o'clock, Lily woke up and came padding downstairs in her pajamas, dragging her stuffed rabbit. Mommy! She climbed into my lap and I held her tight, breathing in the smell of her shampoo. Hi, baby. Where's Daddy? The question I'd been dreading. Everyone at the table went quiet. Daddy's staying somewhere else for a while, I said carefully. Why? Because Mommy and Daddy need some time apart. Did you have a fight? Something like that. She was quiet for a moment, processing. Is he coming back? I don't know, sweetie. Maybe not. Oh, she hugged her rabbit tighter. Okay. It was too easy. That acceptance. She was only 4. She didn't understand yet what this meant. My mother took Lily to the living room to watch cartoons while the adults continued planning. My phone kept buzzing. Text after text from him. I'm sorry. Please, can we talk? I love you. You're being unreasonable. My mother wants to talk to you. I ignored them all. Then the calls started. Different numbers. I blocked each one. His mother's number popped up and I let it go to voicemail. Her message was exactly what I expected. Defending her son, accusing me of overreacting, demanding I reconsider. I deleted it. He's going to escalate, my sister said. You know that, right? I know. We should document everything. Every call, every text, every time he shows up. Shows up? My mother asked, alarmed. He will, my sister said grimly. Guys like him always do. They can't handle losing control. She was right, of course. By noon, he was parked outside the house. I watched from the window as he sat in his car, staring at the front door. He didn't get out, just sat there. Should we call the police? My mother asked. He's not doing anything illegal, my father said. He's parked on a public street. but he's harassing her. Not technically, not yet. After an hour, he left, but he came back that evening and the next morning. Each time, he just sat there watching the house. On the third day, I had my first consultation with the lawyer my father recommended. Her name was Ruth, and she had the kind of sharp, no-nonsense energy I needed. "You have the recording?" she asked. Played it for her. She listened without expression, taking notes. "This is good. Very good. Shows his state of mind, his motivations. The fact that he admitted to ongoing contact with the other woman is particularly useful." "There's more," I said, and told her about the wedding video, about Becca, about the years of feeling like something was off but never being able to prove it. "Do you suspect there's been a physical affair?" "I don't know, maybe." He said they still text. "We'll need to get access to his phone records if possible and social media. People are usually careless about what they put online." She outlined the process. Filing for divorce, establishing custody arrangements, dividing assets. It sounded exhausting and expensive. "Your father mentioned he'd help with costs," she said. "That's good. Your husband will likely try to drag this out. They usually do when they're the ones being left." "How long will this take?" "Months, maybe a year. It depends on how cooperative he is." I left her office feeling drained. My sister picked me up. "How'd it go?" "She's good." "Scary." "Good." "I think she'll destroy him." "Good. He deserves it." We drove home in silence. When we pulled into the driveway, I noticed something on the front porch. A bouquet of roses with a card that read, "I'm sorry. Please give me another chance." I picked them up and dropped them directly into the trash can by the garage. A week after I kicked him out, Becca called. I stared at her name on my phone screen for 3 rings before answering. Part of me wanted to let it go to voicemail, but another part needed to hear what she had to say. "Hello. Oh my God. Finally." Her voice was breathless, relieved. "I've been trying to reach you for days." "I know. Listen, I heard what happened." He called me, completely distraught. "I felt like I needed to check on you." The audacity. "You felt like you needed to check on me?" "Yes. I know you must be going through a lot right now, and I just wanted to say that I'm here if you need to talk." I sat down on the couch, phone pressed to my ear, trying to process this. "Becca, I saw the wedding video." Silence. "The kiss?" I continued. "At my wedding with my husband. That was..." She took a breath. "That was a mistake. We were drunk. It didn't mean anything. Everyone keeps saying that. But you know what? I don't believe it anymore. It's the truth." "Is it because he said you two still text? That you're still in touch?" Another pause. Longer this time. "We're friends. That's all." Friends don't kiss at their friend's wedding. It was 3 years ago. Are you really going to hold one stupid mistake against me for the rest of our lives? One stupid mistake? Becca, you were my maid of honor. You stood next to me at that altar. You gave a toast about how perfect we were together. And the whole time you just finished kissing my husband in a corner of the venue. I know how it looks. But how long have you been sleeping with him? The words came out before I'd fully formed the thought. But once they were out there, hanging in the air between us, I knew. I just knew. "What? I'm not. We're not. Don't lie to me. Not anymore. I swear we're not together. We're just friends." "Does your fiancé know you're just friends with my husband?" I heard her breath catch. "That's not fair." "Fair? You want to talk to me about what's fair?" "Look, I called because I care about you. I wanted to make sure you're okay." "No," I said slowly. "You called because he asked you to. He's probably sitting right there. Isn't he? Telling you what to say." "He's not." "Put him on speaker. I know he can hear me." Jesus Christ. I heard his voice in the background. Muffled, but definitely his. "Just hang up." "Is he at your place, Becca? Your place that you share with your fiancé?" "He needed somewhere to stay. His mother's place is too far from work, so you took him in." "How generous of you. You threw him out. What was he supposed to do? Not be a lying, cheating piece of shit would have been a good start." "You're being unreasonable. He made mistakes, but so have you. You pushed him away. You were always so focused on being perfect. Stop, I said. My voice came out cold, controlled. Just stop. How long, Becca? How long have you been sleeping with my husband? I heard him say something sharp in the background. Then Becca's voice, quieter now. This isn't what you think. Then tell me what to think. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like my best friend and my husband have been having an affair, possibly since before we even got married. It's not like that. Then what's it like? She was crying now. I could hear it in her voice. I never meant to hurt you. Neither of us did. And there it was, the confession I'd been waiting for. How long? I asked again. 2 years, she whispered. A little over 2 years. 2 years. While I was pregnant with Lily. While I was home alone with a newborn, exhausted and overwhelmed. While I was making dinners and folding laundry and trying to be a good wife and mother, they were together. Does your fiancé know? No. And you can't tell him. Please, why not? Because it would destroy him. And it's over now anyway. We ended it last week when you kicked him out. We both agreed it was wrong, that we needed to stop. You ended a 2-year affair last week because I finally caught on. How noble. I know you're angry. I'm past angry. Becca, I'm somewhere else entirely. Somewhere cold and clear where I can see exactly what you are, what he is, and what you've both done to me. I'm sorry. She was sobbing now. I'm so sorry. I never wanted this to happen. It happened. No, you chose this, both of you. Every single day for 2 years, you chose to betray me. I hung up. My hands were shaking, but not from sadness, from rage. Pure, crystalline rage. I immediately opened my contacts and found what I was looking for. The number for Becca's fiancé. We'd met a few times at parties, exchanged pleasantries. He seemed like a decent guy. He deserved to know. But my hand hovered over the call button. Was this revenge? Was I doing this to hurt her the way she'd hurt me? Or was I doing it because it was the right thing to do? Maybe both. And maybe that was okay. I pressed call. He answered on the second ring. Hello. Hi. This is... We met at Becca's birthday party last year. I'm married to... Well, I was married to her friend. Oh yeah. Hi. Is everything okay? No, I said. No, it's not. And I think you deserve to know why. His name was Tom. Over the next hour, I told him everything. The wedding video, the recording, the phone call with Becca, the confession. He was quiet for most of it, only asking a few clarifying questions. When I finished, there was a long silence. I need to check something, he said finally. Can I call you back? Of course. He hung up. I sat on my couch staring at the wall, wondering if I just made everything worse. But no, he deserved to know just like I deserved to know. My sister came downstairs. Was that him? No. Becca's fiancé. I told him about the affair. Her eyes widened. Wow. How'd he take it? Hard to say. He's checking something. He said he'd call back. She sat beside me. You did the right thing. Did I? Or did I just blow up 2 relationships because I'm angry? They blew up their own relationships. You just told the truth. An hour later, Tom called back. His voice was different now. Harder. I found them. Found what? Messages. She has a second Instagram account. I never knew about it. Private. I went through her phone while she was in the shower. He laughed bitterly. I know that's terrible, going through someone's phone, but I'm glad I did. What did you find? Everything. 2 years of messages, photos. They weren't even careful. There are pictures of them together in hotels, restaurants, messages talking about how they wish they could be together, how they were planning to leave us both eventually. My stomach dropped. Planning to leave us. That's what they said once Lily was older. Once I'd paid off more of Becca's student loans. They had it all figured out. I felt sick. Can you send me screenshots? Already did. Check your email. I opened my laptop with shaking hands. The email was there with a dozen attached images. I clicked through them, each one worse than the last. Pictures of them kissing, his hand on her waist, a selfie in a hotel room, both of them in bathrobes, messages that made my skin crawl. I can't wait to wake up next to you every morning. Soon, just a little longer, and we'll have everything we want. She suspects nothing. Neither does he. There was one from when I was 8 months pregnant. I know this is hard, but think about our future. Once the baby's here and things settle down, we can figure out our next move. And his response, I know. I just hate lying to her, but you're worth it. I closed the laptop before I could read more. I'm leaving her, Tom said. Tonight. I already packed a bag. I just wanted to wait until I talked to you to thank you for telling me. I'm sorry. I know this isn't easy. It's better than living a lie. At least now I know the truth. He paused. Are you going to be okay? Eventually. I have my daughter, my family. That's enough. If you need anything, testimony for court, witness statements, whatever, I'm here. Thank you. Really. After we hung up, I forwarded the screenshots to my lawyer. Then I just sat there staring at nothing, trying to process the depth of their betrayal. They'd been planning this for years. They'd looked at me, at Tom, at Lily, and decided we were all acceptable collateral damage in their love story. My phone buzzed. A text from him. What did you do? Becca's fiancé just showed up and took all his stuff. She's hysterical. This is your fault. I typed back. No, this is your fault and hers. I just told the truth. You vindictive beach. I screenshot the message and sent it to my lawyer, then blocked his number again. 5 minutes later, another text from a different number. You destroyed Becca's life. Are you happy now? Block. Another number. My mom's right about you. You're a cold, heartless. Block. They kept coming. Friends' numbers. His cousin. People I barely knew. All of them defending him, attacking me. I blocked every single one and finally turned off my phone entirely. My sister found me in the kitchen an hour later, crying into a cup of cold coffee. They're all texting me, I said. Everyone's saying I'm the villain, that I ruined everything. They're idiots. They don't know the truth. But what if they're right? What if I should have just kept quiet, tried to work it out? She grabbed my shoulders. Listen to me. You did nothing wrong. Nothing. He cheated. She cheated. They lied to you for years. And when you found out, you made the choice to walk away. That's not vindictive. That's self-respect. Then why do I feel so awful? Because you loved him. Because you trusted her, and they both betrayed that. It's okay to feel awful. But don't let them make you feel guilty for refusing to be their doormat anymore. I nodded, wiping my eyes. She was right. I knew she was right, but it still hurt. Lily started asking more questions after the first week. When is Daddy coming home? I don't know, sweetie. Does he not love us anymore? That one broke my heart. Daddy loves you very much. This isn't about you. This is between Mommy and Daddy. But why can't he come home? Because sometimes adults need to live in different places. It doesn't mean he doesn't love you. She seemed to accept this, but I noticed changes. Small things at first. She became more clingy, following me from room to room. She had trouble sleeping, waking up in the middle of the night crying. I'd find her in the hallway standing in the dark. Bad dream? I'd ask. She'd nod and climb into bed with me, curling into my side like she used to when she was smaller. Her preschool teacher called me in for a meeting 2 weeks after he moved out. We've noticed some behavioral changes, she said gently. We were sitting in tiny chairs meant for 4-year-olds, surrounded by finger paintings and alphabet posters. Lily has been more aggressive with the other children. Yesterday, she pushed another little girl off the swing. She pushed someone? Yes, and when I asked her why, she said the girl was being mean, but the other teachers and I didn't see any conflict before the push. She just did it. I felt a wave of guilt. We're going through a separation, her father and I. I'm sure that's affecting her. The teacher nodded sympathetically. That makes sense. These situations are always hard on children. Has she talked to anyone about it? A counselor, maybe? Not yet, but I'll look into it. That might help. And in the meantime, we'll keep an eye on her here. Try to give her some extra support. That night, I sat Lily down for a talk. Your teacher said you pushed another girl today. She looked down at her hands. She was being mean. What did she do? She said her daddy takes her to the park every day. And I said my daddy doesn't live with us anymore. And she laughed. Oh, that wasn't nice of her to laugh. So, I pushed her. I understand why you were upset. But pushing isn't okay even when people aren't nice to us. Why doesn't daddy live with us anymore? We'd been over this, but she needed to hear it again and probably 100 more times before it really sank in. Because mommy and daddy were having problems, adult problems, and we decided it would be better if we lived in different houses. Was it because of me? My heart clenched. No, baby, not at all. This has nothing to do with you. Did I do something bad? No, you're perfect. This is about mommy and daddy, not about you. She was quiet for a moment. Does daddy still want to see me? Yes, of course he does. The truth was I didn't know. He'd been so focused on harassing me, on trying to manipulate me into taking him back, that he'd barely mentioned Lily. No requests to see her, no asking how she was doing, just text after text about how unfair I was being, how I was ruining his life. But I couldn't tell Lily that. Not yet. When can I see him? Soon. We're working it out. That seemed to satisfy her, at least for now. But as the days went on, I saw more changes. She stopped playing with her favorite toys. She picked at her food. One morning, I found her sitting in the closet hugging her stuffed rabbit. What are you doing in here? Hiding from what? I don't know. I pulled her out and held her. She felt so small, so fragile. This was my fault. Not the separation that was necessary, but the timing, the way it happened, the chaos. I'd been so focused on my own pain that I hadn't fully considered how this would affect her. That afternoon, I called a child therapist. The earliest appointment was in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, he started using Lily as a weapon. Text messages. She must miss me so much. You're keeping me from my daughter. I want to see Lily. You can't keep her from me. My lawyer says I have rights. You're violating them. I forwarded everything to my lawyer, who responded with a calm, measured email. Don't engage. Document everything. We'll address custody in court. But it was hard not to engage when he showed up at Lily's preschool one afternoon trying to pick her up. The director called me immediately. Your husband is here. He's saying he has the right to take Lily home. My blood ran cold. Don't let him. I'm on my way. I got there in 10 minutes, breaking probably half a dozen traffic laws. He was in the office arguing with the director. I'm her father. You can't keep me from her. We need to follow the proper procedures, the director said firmly. Only authorized guardians can pick up children. I'm authorized. I'm on the list. Actually, I said from the doorway. I had him removed from the list yesterday. He spun around. You can't do that. I can. And I did. You're not taking her anywhere without a court order. His face went red. You're poisoning her against me. You're using our daughter as a pawn. I'm protecting her. There's a difference. The director stepped between us. I'm going to have to ask you both to leave. This isn't appropriate behavior in front of the children. I just want to see my daughter, he said, and his voice cracked. For a moment, he almost sounded sincere. Almost. Then go through the proper channels, I said. Get a lawyer. File for custody. But you're not showing up here and taking her without warning. He left, but not before shouting loud enough for half the school to hear. This isn't over. I knew it wasn't. It was just beginning. The harassment escalated after the preschool incident. He started showing up everywhere. At the grocery store when I was shopping, in the parking lot when I left work, sitting in his car outside the house at random hours just watching. None of it was technically illegal. He was always on public property, never threatening, never getting too close. But it was constant and it was exhausting. My lawyer filed for a restraining order, but the judge denied it. He hasn't made any threats, Ruth explained over the phone. He hasn't been violent. The judge doesn't think there's enough evidence of imminent danger. He's stalking me. I know, but legally he's just present in public places where he has every right to be. So, I just have to live like this, looking over my shoulder constantly? Document everything. Take photos every time you see him. record dates, times, locations. If this continues, we can try again for the restraining order, but for now, we focus on the divorce and custody. The divorce papers were filed. He was served at work, which I knew would humiliate him. Good. His response was to start a campaign of phone calls. Not to me. I'd blocked every number he tried, but to everyone I knew, my friends, my coworkers, my family. She's lying about me, he'd say. She's mentally unstable. I'm worried about Lily's safety. Some people believed him. Others called me to warn me what he was saying. Either way, it was exhausting to constantly defend myself. Then his mother showed up at my house. I was making dinner when the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I could see her standing on my porch, arms crossed, face hard. I considered not answering, but she'd just keep ringing and Lily was in the next room. I opened the door, but didn't invite her in. What do you want? To talk some sense into you. There's nothing to talk about. You're destroying my son's life over one mistake. One mistake? He had a 2-year affair with my best friend. He married me for money. He's never loved me. That's not true. He does love you. He just made a bad choice. 2 years of bad choices. Everyone makes mistakes. Are you really going to throw away your marriage without even trying to work it out? We're done working it out. I'm done being lied to. Think about Lily. She needs her father. She'll have her father through supervised visitation if he's lucky. Her face went red. You're a vindictive, spiteful woman. My son deserves better. Your son deserves exactly what he's getting. Now get off my property. I'm not leaving until. Get off my property or I'm calling the police. She left, but not before leaving a string of insults in her wake. I locked the door, leaned against it, and tried to calm my racing heart. Lily appeared in the hallway. Who was that? Nobody important, sweetie. Was it Grandma? I'd forgotten that Lily knew his mother's voice. Yes, but she had to go. Why was she yelling? She was just upset. It's okay now. But it wasn't okay. That night, he showed up at 7 o'clock in the morning, pounding on the door hard enough to wake both of us. I know you're in there. We need to talk. I grabbed my phone and started recording. Lily was crying in her room, scared by the noise. Leave or I'm calling the police, I shouted through the door. This is my house too. You can't keep me out. I absolutely can. This is my property and you're trespassing. I just want to see my daughter. I called 911. There's a man pounding on my door. He's my estranged husband and I've asked him to leave multiple times. The dispatcher asked if he'd made any threats. He hadn't. She said they'd send someone out, but it wasn't an emergency, so it might be a while. By the time the police arrived 20 minutes later, he was gone. We can file a report, the officer said. But without a restraining order, there's not much we can do. He's not committing a crime by knocking on the door. He was pounding on it, screaming. He scared my daughter. I understand, ma'am, but legally our hands are tied. You need to go through the courts. I took Lily to my parents' house that day and stayed there for the rest of the week. I couldn't be in my own home, constantly waiting for him to show up again. My father changed the locks while we were gone, added a security camera at the front door, installed motion sensor lights. If he comes back, we'll have video evidence, he said. That might help with the restraining order. Sure enough, 2 days after I returned home, he was back, standing on the sidewalk, staring at the house. The camera caught everything. Then he started leaving things. Flowers on the porch, letters pushed through the mail slot. A teddy bear for Lily left on the doorstep with a note that read, "Daddy misses you." I gave everything to my lawyer, who added it to the growing file of documentation. This is good, Ruth said. It shows a pattern of harassment and boundary violation. We'll use this in the custody hearing. The custody hearing was scheduled for 3 weeks out. In the meantime, I had to figure out how to keep living my life while he inserted himself into it at every opportunity. The breaking point came when he showed up at my office. I was in a meeting with my boss and 2 coworkers when the receptionist buzzed. "There's someone here to see you. Says he's your husband." My stomach dropped. "Tell him I'm not available." "He's insisting. He says it's urgent. Call security. But before security could arrive, he pushed his way past the receptionist and into the conference room, his mother trailing behind him. We need to talk, he said, holding up his phone. I have something you need to hear. My boss stood. Sir, you can't be here. This is a private meeting. I'm her husband. We need to talk. I'm calling security, my boss said, reaching for the phone. Wait. Just listen. He pressed play on his phone and his own voice filled the room. Sobbing. Actually sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I messed up. I know I hurt you. But please give me another chance. I love you. I've always loved you. I can't live without you. It was a recording he'd made of himself crying, a manipulation tactic, and he was playing it in front of my coworkers. I felt my face burn with humiliation. Security arrived and escorted him out. His mother followed, shouting about how I was ruining him, how I was heartless. My boss looked at me with concern. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I didn't know he'd. Don't apologize. This isn't your fault. She paused. Do you need to take the rest of the day? I wanted to say no, to push through, to prove I could handle it. But the truth was I couldn't. Not right then. Yes. Thank you. I drove home in a daze. My phone was ringing constantly. Him from different numbers. His mother, his friends. I turned it off completely. When I got home, there was a letter from his lawyer tucked into the mail slot. I opened it with shaking hands. He was suing me for custody, 50-50 split, and he was demanding spousal support. The audacity of it took my breath away. After everything he'd done, the cheating, the lying, the harassment, he wanted me to pay him. I forwarded it to Ruth, who called me back within an hour. This is a Hail Mary, she said. He knows he's losing, so he's throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. Can he actually get custody? Not 50-50. Not after everything we've documented, but he might get supervised visitation and the spousal support. That's laughable. He makes decent money. You make slightly more, but not enough to justify support. And given his behavior, no judge is going to award that. So, this is just to scare me? Exactly. He wants you to panic and give in to some compromise. Don't. We're going to court and we're going to win. I wanted to believe her, but I was so tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of looking over my shoulder. Tired of explaining to Lily why Daddy couldn't come home. That night, Lily crawled into bed with me again. Mommy, are you sad? A little bit, baby. Is it because of Daddy? Yes, I'm sad too. I held her close. I know, but it's going to get better. I promise. I just hoped I was right. Tom posted about the affair 3 days before the custody hearing. I didn't see it at first. I'd been avoiding social media, too exhausted to deal with the constant drama. But my sister called me at 8 o'clock in the morning, her voice urgent. Have you seen it? Seen what? Tom's post. It's everywhere. I opened my laptop and went to his profile. The post was long, detailed, and devastating. After months of suspicion and gaslighting, I finally have proof. My fiancée has been having an affair for 2 years with her best friend's husband. I trusted her completely. I was planning to spend my life with her. Instead, I discovered she's been lying to me every single day, planning a future with someone else while using me to pay off her student loans. I'm sharing this not for sympathy, but because I believe people deserve to know the truth about who they're dealing with. Attached are screenshots of their messages showing the depth and duration of this betrayal. The screenshots were all there. The hotel photos, the planning messages, the conversations about leaving us both, everything. The post had been shared hundreds of times already. Comments flooded in, most of them supportive of Tom, condemning Becca and my husband. My phone started ringing. Friends who'd seen it, family members, people I hadn't talked to in years, all reaching out to say they'd seen the post. They couldn't believe it. They were so sorry. I felt violated all over again. Not because Tom had posted it, he had every right to tell his story, but because now my private pain was public knowledge. Everyone knew. Everyone was talking about it. My husband's social media accounts disappeared within an hour. Deleted entirely. Becca's went private, but not before people screenshot her last few public posts and circulated them with commentary. My sister came over with coffee and pastries. How are you holding up? I don't know. Part of me is glad it's out there, but part of me just wants to hide. You have nothing to hide. You didn't do anything wrong. I know, but everyone's going to be looking at me differently now. At work, at the store, everywhere. I'm going to be that woman whose husband cheated with her best friend. Better than being the woman who stayed with him despite knowing. She had a point. By noon, the post had gone viral. Local news sites picked it up. A relationship blogger wrote an entire article analyzing the messages. People were messaging me directly, strangers offering support or asking for my side of the story. I ignored all of it. Ruth called that afternoon. Have you seen the social media post? Yes. This is actually good for us. It establishes a public record of the affair which supports our custody case. It also shows community awareness of his behavior. Will the judge care about social media? Judges are people too. And while they won't make decisions based on Facebook posts, it does establish context. It shows this isn't just your word against his. Other people know about the affair now. There's documentation. The next 2 days were a blur of phone calls, messages, and unwanted attention. People I'd gone to high school with were commenting on the situation. Coworkers were extra gentle with me, tiptoeing around like I might break. My husband tried to call from his mother's phone. I didn't answer. He sent an email, "You did this. You told Tom everything, and now he's destroyed both our lives. I hope you're happy." I forwarded it to Ruth without responding. Becca sent a message, too. "I can't believe you told him. You ruined everything. I've lost my job, my friends, my reputation. Was it worth it? Was your revenge worth destroying my entire life?" I blocked her. The truth was I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. I just felt tired. The day before the hearing, my father took me out for coffee. "How are you really doing?" he asked. "Honestly, I don't know. Everything feels surreal. Like this is happening to someone else and I'm just watching. That's shock. It'll pass." "Will it? Because right now, I can't imagine feeling normal again." "You will. Takes time. But you're strong. Stronger than you think." "I don't feel strong. I feel like I'm barely holding it together." That's what strength looks like sometimes. Just getting through the day. Keeping Lily safe and happy. Fighting for what you deserve. That's all strength. I wanted to believe him. That night, I went through all the documentation one more time with Ruth. The recordings, the messages Tom had found, the security camera footage of him banging on my door, the incident reports from the preschool and my workplace. "We have a solid case," Ruth said. "Infidelity, harassment, boundary violations, concerning behavior around the child. The judge will see all of this. What if he doesn't? What if the judge thinks I'm being vindictive? Then we appeal, but I don't think that'll happen. You've been calm, measured, and focused on Lily's well-being throughout this. He's been erratic and aggressive. The contrast is clear. I slept terribly that night, running through every possible scenario in my head. What if I said the wrong thing? What if the judge didn't believe me? What if he got joint custody and I had to share Lily with him every week? By morning, I was exhausted but determined. I put on my best professional outfit, did my hair and makeup carefully, and tried to look like someone who had their life together, even if I didn't feel like it. My parents met me at the courthouse. My sister couldn't come. Someone needed to watch Lily, but she texted me every 5 minutes with encouragement. "You've got this. He's an a-hole and everyone knows it. The judge will see through his lies. I'm proud of you." I held on to those messages like a lifeline as I walked into the courtroom, ready to fight for my daughter and my future. I ran into Becca at the grocery store 2 days after the hearing. I was pushing my cart through the produce section, Lily sitting in the front seat, chattering about the different colors of apples. When I saw her at the end of the aisle, she saw me at the same moment. We both froze. For a second, I considered turning around and pretending I hadn't seen her, but she was already walking toward me, her face desperate. "Please," she said. "Can we talk?" "No, just 5 minutes." That's all I'm asking. There's nothing to say. There's everything to say. I need to explain. You already explained. You had an affair with my husband for 2 years. You planned a future together. You used both me and Tom. What else is there? Lily looked up, confused. Auntie Becca. My heart sank. I'd forgotten that Lily still knew her as Auntie, still associated her with fun times and presents and laughter. Becca's eyes filled with tears. Hi, sweetie. Why doesn't Auntie Becca come over anymore? Lily asked me. Because Auntie Becca and Mommy aren't friends right now. Why not? Because I struggled to find age-appropriate words. She did something that hurt Mommy's feelings very badly. Did she say sorry? Out of the mouths of children. Yes. But some things are too big for sorry to fix. Becca wiped her eyes. I am sorry. I know you don't believe me, but I am. I never meant for any of this to happen. But it did happen. You chose to make it happen every day for 2 years. I know. And I hate myself for it. I've lost everything. My relationship, my friends, my reputation. People at work won't even look at me. I'm probably going to have to move just to get away from the judgment. That's what happens when you betray people. I know, but please, can you at least try to understand? It wasn't planned. We didn't wake up one day and decide to hurt you. It just happened. We fell in love. Don't. My voice came out sharp. Don't romanticize what you did. You didn't fall in love. You made a choice. Multiple choices to lie, to sneak around, to plan a future while pretending to be my friend. But we did love each other. That has to count for something. It counts for nothing. Because whatever you felt for him, it wasn't worth more than your friendship with me or Tom's trust or my marriage or Lily's sense of security. I gestured to my daughter, who was watching our conversation with wide, confused eyes. She's 4 years old, and she's in therapy because her father disappeared from her life, because you and he decided your feelings were more important than anyone else's. That's not fair. None of this is fair. But I didn't make it unfair. You did. Can I at least talk to him? Tell him I'm... No, you don't get to be anywhere near him. And honestly, I hope he realizes what you are before he makes the same mistakes with you that he made with me. That's cruel. That's honest. You two deserve each other. Both selfish, both willing to lie to get what you want. I hope you're very happy together. We're not together. We ended it. Good. Then maybe you'll both learn something from this mess. I turned to push my cart away, but Lily reached out toward Becca. Bye, Auntie Becca. Becca's face crumpled. Bye, sweetheart. As we walked away, Lily asked, Is Auntie Becca sad? Yes, baby. Why? Because she lost something important to her. What did she lose? Me. She lost me. Later that night, after Lily was in bed, I sat on the couch and let myself cry. Not because I missed Becca, I didn't, but because I was grieving the friendship I'd thought we had, the person I'd thought she was. My sister found me there an hour later. Rough day. Ran into Becca at the store. Oh God. What happened? I told her. She listened quietly, then said, How do you feel? Empty. Like I should feel angrier or more satisfied, but I just feel empty. That's normal. Confrontation isn't as cathartic as people think it'll be. She wanted me to understand. To forgive her, I think. Do you understand? Maybe. I can understand how affairs happen, how people rationalize bad choices. But forgive? No, not now. Maybe not ever. That's okay too. You don't owe her forgiveness just because she wants it. I know. But Lily asking about her. I shook my head. That hurt. Because Lily doesn't understand why Auntie Becca disappeared. She just knows another person she loved is gone. She'll understand when she's older. And until then, you're protecting her from someone who can't be trusted. I hope she doesn't end up with trust issues because of all this. She won't because she has you, and you're showing her what it looks like to have boundaries and self-respect. That's the most important lesson you can teach her. I hope she was right. He showed up at my office again 3 weeks later. This time, security stopped him at the entrance, but not before he caused a scene in the lobby. His mother was with him again, and together they made enough noise that half my floor could hear them from the elevators. "I just want to talk to my wife," he shouted. "Ex-wife," I heard security say. "And she's asked you not to contact her. You need to leave. This is harassment. She's keeping me from my daughter." My boss appeared at my desk. "Is that him?" "Yes. Do you want to call the police? Or should we?" "I'll do it. This is the second time. They need to know it's a pattern." I called 911, explained the situation calmly, and gave them the address. The operator said they'd send someone right away. By the time the police arrived, he'd escalated to trying to force his way past security. His mother was filming everything on her phone, probably planning to post it online as evidence of how I was victimizing them. The officers talked to him outside while I gave a statement to security. I showed them the previous incident reports, the custody agreement from court that clearly stated he was not to contact me directly, and the documentation of his pattern of harassment. "We can arrest him for trespassing," one officer said, "but that might make things worse, or it might make him realize there are consequences for his actions." "Fair point. We'll talk to him. If he shows up again, we'll press charges." They left. I went back to my desk, hands shaking, trying to focus on work, but unable to think about anything except the confrontation. That afternoon, his lawyer sent my lawyer a letter. In it, they claimed I was denying him access to his daughter in violation of the custody agreement. They demanded immediate makeup visitation and threatened to file for contempt of court. Ruth called me as soon as she received it. "Have you been denying him visitation?" "No. He has supervised visitation every Saturday at a neutral location. He's the one who hasn't shown up to half of them." "I thought so. This is just posturing. They're trying to make you look bad before the final custody hearing." The final hearing was in 2 months. That's when the judge would make permanent decisions about custody, support, and the divorce itself. What do? We document his no-shows, get statements from the supervisor, show that you've been compliant with every court order while he's been erratic and non-compliant. This letter actually helps us more than it helps them. He also showed up at my office today again with his mother. The police were called. Good. Get a copy of the police report. Add it to the file. Everything was evidence now. Every interaction, every violation, every incident. My entire life had become a legal case file. 2 days later, his lawyer sent another letter. This one demanding spousal support based on the difference in our incomes and the length of our marriage. I laughed when I read it. Actually laughed. "He has a job," I told Ruth. "A good job. He makes decent money. How can he possibly claim he needs support from me? He can't. But they're throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. The judge will see this as frivolous, especially given his affair and the circumstances of the separation. So we just ignore it? We respond, but we don't panic. This is a negotiation tactic. They want you to offer a settlement just to make it go away. I'm not offering anything. Good. Neither am I." That weekend was his scheduled visitation. I brought Lily to the supervised visitation center, a neutral building with play areas and observation rooms. A social worker would watch the interaction and file a report. He was late. Lily waited in the playroom, asking every few minutes when Daddy would arrive. "Soon, baby." But 20 minutes passed, then 30. Finally, 45 minutes after the scheduled start time, the supervisor came out. "He's not coming. I've tried calling, but he's not answering." Lily's face fell. "Daddy's not here." "Not today, sweetie, but maybe next week." On the drive home, she was quiet, then softly, "Daddy doesn't want to see me anymore." "That's not true. He just had something come up." "He always has something that comes up." She was right. This was the 3rd visit he'd missed in a row, and I had no excuse for him anymore. That night, she asked if she could sleep in my bed. I said, yes, and we lay there in the dark, her small body curled against mine. "Mommy." "Yeah, baby. Is it okay if I don't miss Daddy anymore?" My heart broke. "Of course it is. You can feel however you feel. I used to miss him a lot, but now I just feel nothing. She was 4 years old and already learning to protect herself from disappointment by shutting down her feelings. I held her tighter. It's okay to feel nothing. And it's okay if you miss him again later. Feelings change. That's normal. Okay. She was quiet for a moment. Mommy? Yeah. I'm glad I still have you. I kissed the top of her head, tears sliding down my face in the darkness. I'm glad I have you too, baby. Always. The next day, Ruth filed a motion to document his pattern of missed visitations and to modify the custody agreement based on his unreliability. We're building a case that he's not invested in being a parent, she explained. That he's more interested in harassing you than in actually seeing his daughter. The judge will take that into account. What if he suddenly starts showing up to everything? Then we document that too. Show the pattern. Erratic, unpredictable, focused on manipulation rather than consistency. Either way, we're covered. I wanted to believe her, but I'd learned the hard way that the legal system moved slowly, and in the meantime, my daughter was the one suffering. The final custody hearing was on a Tuesday morning in late October. I arrived early with Ruth, dressed professionally, carrying a folder with every piece of documentation we'd collected over the past 4 months. My parents sat in the gallery behind me, silent support. He arrived 10 minutes late with his lawyer, looking disheveled and angry. His mother tried to follow him in, but was told only parties and lawyers were allowed in the courtroom for this hearing. The judge reviewed our case file first, page after page of evidence. The recording of him mocking our marriage. The wedding video showing him kissing Becca. Tom's screenshots of their affair messages. Police reports from his workplace incidents. Visitation supervisor reports documenting his missed appointments. The preschool incident report. Ruth presented everything methodically, building a clear narrative. A man who'd betrayed his wife, harassed her after she left, used their daughter as a weapon, and then failed to show up when given opportunities to actually parent. His lawyer tried to paint me as vindictive, as someone who destroyed his life and reputation out of spite. But when the judge asked for examples of my misconduct, they had nothing. Every action I'd taken was documented as protective, not punitive. Your client has missed 3 consecutive supervised visitations, the judge noted, looking over his glasses at my husband. Can you explain why? He mumbled something about work conflicts and not being able to afford the supervision fees. The supervision fees are $50 per session, the judge said. You have a full-time job earning adequate income. That's not a valid excuse. I couldn't see my daughter with someone watching me like I'm a criminal. You're not being treated like a criminal. You're being supervised because of your documented pattern of erratic behavior, harassment of your ex-wife, and the incident at your daughter's preschool where you attempted to remove her without authorization. That's my daughter. I have rights. You have responsibilities, the judge corrected, which you've repeatedly failed to meet. Meanwhile, your ex-wife has complied with every court order, maintained stable housing and employment, ensured your daughter's attendance at therapy and school, and documented your behavior without retaliation. Ruth leaned back slightly. I could feel her satisfaction even though her face remained neutral. The judge took a brief recess to review the evidence. Those 20 minutes felt like hours. When he returned, his decision was clear and comprehensive. Primary physical custody to me, supervised visitation for him every other Saturday, which could be reevaluated in 6 months if he completed a co-parenting class and maintained consistent attendance. He was ordered to pay child support. His request for spousal support was denied outright. A restraining order was granted, prohibiting him from contacting me except through approved channels regarding Lily and from coming within 500 feet of my home or workplace. Furthermore, the judge added, any future violations of this order will result in immediate contempt proceedings and possible jail time. Do you understand? Yes, he said quietly. Good. This court finds that the child's best interests are served by stability and protection from conflict. The mother has demonstrated her ability to provide both. The father has demonstrated a pattern of behavior that is concerning and potentially harmful. Custody is awarded accordingly. When we left the courtroom, he tried to approach me in the hallway. Ruth stepped between us immediately, The restraining order is effective immediately, she said firmly. Walk away. He did, but not before his lawyer pulled him aside for what looked like a very tense conversation. My father hugged me tight. It's over. Not completely, I said. We still have the divorce settlement to finalize. But the hard part was done. Lily was safe. I was safe. And he finally had consequences for his actions. That evening, I picked Lily up from my sister's house and took her to the park. It was a beautiful fall day, the leaves turning golden red, the air crisp but not cold. How was your day with Auntie? I asked as she ran ahead to the swings. Good. We made cookies. I pushed her on the swing, watching her laugh as she went higher and higher. She looked happy. Really happy. Not the forced happiness she'd shown in those first weeks after he left, but genuine joy. Mommy? Yeah, baby. Can we come here every Tuesday? Every Tuesday? Yeah, like this. Just you and me. Sure, baby. We can do that. She smiled and pumped her legs, soaring higher. This is my favorite place now. Mine too. Later, over dinner, I got a text from Tom. We'd stayed in occasional contact, united by our shared experience of betrayal. Saw the custody results. Congratulations. You deserve the win. Thanks. How are you doing? Better. Dating again, actually. Taking it slow, but it feels good to try. That's great. Really. You'll get there, too. Eventually, maybe. Right now, I'm just focused on Lily and rebuilding. That's the right priority. Take care of yourself, you too. I set my phone down and looked at Lily, who was meticulously arranging her chicken nuggets by size. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Because I love you. I love you too, Mommy. She went back to her nuggets, then added, This is nice. Just us. Yeah, I said. It really is. 3 months later, the divorce was finalized. He got limited possessions, a small portion of joint savings, and nothing else. I kept the house, my car, and primary custody. The restraining order remained in place. Becca moved to another state. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she'd taken a job 3 hours away, starting over somewhere no one knew her story. My husband continued living with his mother, showing up sporadically to his supervised visits, and complaining to anyone who'd listen about how unfair the system was. Tom got engaged to someone new, someone he'd met through work. He sent me a photo of the ring, and I was genuinely happy for him. Lily started kindergarten. Her therapy sessions dropped from weekly to monthly, then to as needed. The nightmares stopped. The clinginess faded. She made new friends, joined a soccer team, and slowly became herself again. Or maybe became who she was always meant to be without the weight of a dysfunctional home. My sister came over one Sunday for brunch. While Lily played in the backyard, we sat on the porch with coffee. You seem different, she said. Lighter. I feel lighter, like I can finally breathe. You know what I realized? In all the time I've known him, I never saw you really happy. Not like you are now. I thought I was happy. I thought that's what marriage was supposed to feel like. Well, now you know better. Now I know better. She raised her coffee cup. To knowing better. I clinked my cup against hers. To knowing better. That night, after tucking Lily in, I sat in my living room. My living room in my house with no one to answer to or accommodate or tiptoe around. I opened my laptop and started looking at continuing education classes. Something I'd always wanted to do but never had time for. Outside, the neighborhood was quiet. Inside, everything was exactly as I wanted. Clean but lived in, peaceful but full of life. Mine. The cake I'd bought that day, the one I'd sat on the passenger seat before discovering his betrayal, had long since been thrown away. But the life I was building now was sweeter than any cake could ever be. Lily called from her room. Mommy, can you check for monsters? I smiled and got up. Coming, baby. As I walked down the hallway toward her room, I realized this was it. This was happiness. Not perfection, not a fairy tale, not the life I'd imagined when I said, I do 3 years ago. But it was real. It was mine and it was enough. Now on to the next story. Story 2. The boss went on a business trip for a month and left his girlfriend in charge of the company. Who would have thought that her first act as the new boss would be to come after me? At 10 a.m., I arrived punctually at the office. I saw a nervous colleague pointing to the boss's office. "And Tiffany is here. She wants to see you." Tiffany Fox was the boss's new girlfriend, famous for her arrogance and bad temper. I put my coffee aside and pushed the door to enter the office. As soon as I set foot inside, a folder flew straight at my face. "Do you know what time it is? Company policy says work starts at 8 o'clock. Why are you arriving at 10 o'clock? The sharp edge of the folder left a bleeding cut on my forehead. I put my hand to the wound, looking at Tiffany, who was playing the boss behind the desk. My 10 a.m. start time was a special benefit for being the best salesperson. Everyone in the company knew that unwritten rule. Years ago, when the boss's company was about to go bankrupt, they hired me by accident. In my first month, I generated $5 million in sales, rescuing the company from the abyss. Since then, the boss treated me as a valuable asset, always considering my opinions in important decisions. She hit the table, her face distorted with rage. "Look at your attendance card. You've been arriving at 10 o'clock for a whole month. Do you really think you're above company rules? According to internal policy, if you're late 3 days in a row, you can be fired. So you can leave now." I looked at her in disbelief. "Are you firing me? Did you consult with the boss? I generated 80% of the company's profits, and she had the nerve to fire me." Tiffany snorted with disdain, looking at me with contempt. "You're just a salesman, a nobody. What's wrong with me firing you? This is my boyfriend's company. I'm the boss's girlfriend. I fire whoever I want. The boss always treated me with respect, so I couldn't just leave like that." I sat on the sofa. "You should ask the boss first." Tiffany rolled her eyes. "And who do you think you are to tell me that?" She called the boss directly. On the other end of the line, his voice sounded tired. "What's going on?" Tiffany, who a moment before had been yelling at me, immediately changed her tone and said sweetly, "Honey, I miss you." The boss sighed. "Just tell me what's going on." "Nothing," said Tiffany, looking at me with a triumphant smile. "There's a salesman who doesn't follow the rules. He's always late. I want to fire him. Do whatever you want. I need to rest," he replied and hung up. Tiffany looked at me arrogantly. "Did you hear that? I can fire whoever I want. Now get out." I let out a sarcastic laugh, staring at her. "Are you sure? If the boss comes back and discovers you fired me, he might not like it at all." I warned her calmly. After all, headhunters had been trying to recruit me for years with huge offers. But out of loyalty to the boss, I always stayed. Leaving wouldn't affect me at all. But Tiffany wouldn't be so lucky. I turned around and left the office. Outside, my colleagues had heard the argument, although they didn't know what had happened. Everyone was looking at me. "Boss, what happened?" I started packing my things efficiently, smiling. "What happened?" "I got fired. That's what happened." My colleague's eyes opened wide. "She fired you?" "Tiffany is crazy. We all know you're the golden goose. Isn't she afraid the boss will break up with her?" I shook my head and let out a little laugh. "Well, that's not my problem anymore. In the end, it was her decision. She'll have to face the consequences." My colleague was furious. "But why did she fire you? Did you do something to her?" I frowned, thinking for a moment. "I guess it was because last time when she started spreading gossip about Zoe, I defended Zoe. Remember? Since then, she's been on my case, looking for any excuse to bother me. Yesterday, Tiffany uploaded a photo of herself to the company's WhatsApp group, and everyone started flattering her. I was the only one who saw it without commenting anything. I guess that was the last straw. I finished packing and went to the finance department to collect my month's salary. I had only worked 10 days, but my salary and commission totaled $100,000. I informed the finance girl that I had been fired and asked her to transfer the money to my account. Shortly after, Tiffany unexpectedly appeared at the company entrance with a sour face. "Jack Wilson, didn't I tell you to get out? What are you doing here?" I looked at her calmly. She was all proud, believing she had landed a great boyfriend. Seeing that I wasn't responding, Tiffany became even more agitated. She approached me and grabbed my clothes. Are you deaf? What are you doing in the finance department? These are important company documents. Get out right now or I'll call the police. I frowned and firmly removed her hand. Let go of me. Since I was fired, don't I have the right to collect my month's salary? And I'm still being nice by not asking for severance pay. Tiffany looked with a sour face at the young woman in front of me. How much is his salary? She asked. The finance girl answered, $100,000 and $500. Tiffany's face changed immediately. How much? When the girl repeated it, Tiffany pointed at me and said, You violated company rules, so your salary for this month is confiscated. I let out a cold laugh. A $200 discount for each time I was late. Is that how you do the math? Did you even finish elementary school? To my surprise, Tiffany answered very confidently. It's a new rule I just made. 3 late arrivals and you lose the entire month's salary. Now get out. By what right do you make rules? Tiffany crossed her arms with her mouth open like a shark and responded, If I'm going to have a part of this company in the future, what's wrong with me making rules? I didn't feel like arguing anymore. Then prepare yourself because you're going to get sued. And with that, I turned around and left. I drove home. And as soon as I finished putting away my things, I saw a message in the company's Snapchat group that I hadn't left yet. It was from Tiffany. From now on, everyone must respond to any message I post on Snapchat or WhatsApp. Whoever doesn't answer will be fired. Sir, like that guy today. It seems she really fired me for not having praised her. The boss sure got lucky with this girlfriend. Everyone started responding in the group. It seemed ridiculous to me and I immediately left all the groups. My phone became much quieter. However, since Tiffany wouldn't pay me my last month's salary, I decided to teach her a lesson. All the important clients were saved in my contacts. So I sent them a mass message informing them that I had resigned and would no longer be in charge of their accounts. Most were clients that I had personally acquired and they only worked with the company because of me. If I left, it was very likely that they would leave too. And yes, just as I imagined, in less than 2 minutes, they were already writing to me to find out which company I had gone to and that they were willing to change their contracts. I explained the situation to each one, telling them that I hadn't found a new job yet, but that I would contact them as soon as I had something. There were so many contacts that I continued responding to messages until it got dark and, exhausted, I fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, a colleague had sent me a message. Boss, several business partners say they want to end their cooperation and won't renew contracts. Did you have anything to do with it? Apparently, the plan was working. I laughed quietly. I didn't do anything. I just told them I don't work there anymore. You're still the best boss. When Tiffany arrived that morning and found out what was happening, she exploded at several salespeople, demanding to know why they couldn't retain the clients. Now, several are thinking of quitting. They say they won't tolerate this mess anymore. It seems like many people in the company were already tired of Tiffany. I wondered how she would handle the consequences. For my part, I was preparing to contact a lawyer and file a formal lawsuit to recover my salary. After all, it wasn't that I needed the money, but I wasn't going to let her get away with it. Unexpectedly, a few days later, Tiffany called me. Surprised me and I answered with doubt. What's going on? As soon as I answered, a barrage of screams came at me from the other end of the line. Jack Wilson, do you have any idea what you're doing? Tell me where the company's client contacts are. They say you have them all. Give me those numbers now. That's company property. Don't think I won't sue you. I was shocked for a moment and then realized that Tiffany must be desperate. How can she be so unpleasant? Give me those client contacts now or I swear I'm going to destroy you. Did you hear me? I stared at the phone for a few seconds after hearing her screams. This woman was completely crazy. Tiffany, I don't know what you're talking about, I said with all the calm I could fake. I don't have company contacts. Those clients are my personal contacts. I got them, not the company. Lie! She screamed so loudly that I had to move the phone away from my ear. They are company property. Give me those numbers right now. I don't have to give you anything, I replied, feeling my blood boil. You fired me, remember? And on top of that, you refused to pay me my salary. So no, I'm not going to give you anything. I'm going to sue you for theft, she threatened. I burst out laughing. Theft of what? Of my own contacts. Go ahead, try it. And while we're at it, I'm also going to sue you for my unpaid salary and for physical assault. I have a wound on my forehead. Remember? And many witnesses. She was silent for a moment. I could almost feel her brain spinning around looking for a way out. This won't end here, Wilson, she finally said with a calmer voice, but full of venom. If you don't give me those contacts, I'm going to make sure no one in this industry ever hires you again. You know what? I'm already bored with this conversation. I told her and hung up immediately. She called me again and again and again. I decided to block her number. I didn't have time for her nonsense. I had to prepare for the meeting with my lawyer. That afternoon, I met with Barbara, a labor lawyer recommended by a friend. I told her the whole situation, and she took notes while I spoke. This is a pretty clear case, she said when I finished my story. Not only were you fired without just cause, but there's documented physical assault. Do you have photos of the wound on your forehead? I nodded and showed her the photos I had taken as soon as I left the office that day. Perfect. And regarding your contacts, they're legally yours. There's no basis for her to sue you for that. However, my advice is that you don't use those contacts to actively sabotage the company. Respond if they contact you, but don't reach out to them first. It's a bit late for that, I confessed. Hey, I wrote to all of them to inform them that I no longer worked there. Barbara smiled. That's not a problem. You just reported a fact. As long as you didn't speak badly about the company or incite clients to cancel their contracts, you're within your rights. That night, I slept more peacefully. I had a good case, and I was sure I could recover my money and possibly get additional compensation. What I didn't expect was for things to accelerate so quickly. The next morning, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. It was my ex-colleagues. They were all telling me the same thing. The office was total chaos. Several important clients had canceled their contracts and Tiffany was fuming, yelling at everyone. This is a disaster. Miguel, one of the junior salespeople I had trained, told me. Tiffany is forcing all of us to call the clients who left, but no one wants to talk to us. They only ask about you. I'm sorry, guys, I responded sincerely. It wasn't my intention to cause problems for you. Are you kidding? Said Miguel with a little laugh. This is the best thing that's happened in weeks. We all hate Tiffany. She's a nightmare. Carlos already quit this morning and I'm considering doing the same. I didn't know what to say. On one hand, I was glad to see that Tiffany was getting what she deserved. But on the other, I didn't want my colleagues to lose their jobs because of me. Hey, don't quit yet, I advised them. Wait to see what happens when the boss returns. Do you think he'll fire her? Miguel asked with hope in his voice. I don't know, I responded honestly. But I don't think he'll like finding out that she fired the employee who generates 80% of the revenue. That afternoon, I received a call from an unknown number. Normally, I don't answer numbers I don't recognize, but something told me I should respond. Hello, Jack. It was the boss's voice. He sounded tired and worried. It's Robert. I need to talk to you. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't expecting news from the boss for a couple of weeks. Hello, Robert, I said, trying to sound casual. Weren't you on a trip? I had to come back early, he responded with a sigh. I've heard what happened. I'm in my office now. Could you come? We need to talk in person. My mind started spinning. Was he angry with me? Had Tiffany told him her version of the story? Was he going to threaten me with a lawsuit? I don't know, Robert, I responded cautiously. I already hired a lawyer to recover my salary. Maybe we should let our legal representatives talk first. No, Jack, please. His voice sounded sincerely distressed. I don't want this to turn into a legal battle. I just want to talk to you man to man. I promise there's no trap. I hesitated for a moment. I had always had a good relationship with Robert before Tiffany. We never had problems. He had always treated me with respect. Okay, I finally agreed. I'll be there in an hour. When I arrived at the office, I immediately noticed that something had changed. There was a tense atmosphere and everyone was looking at me with a mixture of surprise and relief. Tiffany was nowhere to be seen. Robert's office door was open. I entered and found him sitting behind his desk looking exhausted. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Jack, thank you for coming," he said, getting up to shake my hand. "Please sit down." I sat across from him, feeling strangely uncomfortable in a place where I had been hundreds of times before. "Robert, before anything else," I began, "I want you to know that I did not incite the clients to cancel their contracts. I only informed them that I no longer worked here." Robert raised a hand to stop me. "I know, Jack. I don't blame you for that. The clients are loyal to you, not to the company. I've always known that." He paused, rubbing his eyes. "Look, I'm going to be direct. I made a huge mistake in leaving Tiffany in charge. I thought it would be a good opportunity for her to learn about the business, but clearly she wasn't ready for that responsibility." I couldn't help but let out a sarcastic snort. Robert looked at me with a sad smile. "Yes, I know it was stupid of me, but Jack, I want to fix this. I want you back." "What happened to Tiffany?" I asked, avoiding responding directly to his offer. "We broke up," he responded straightforwardly. "When I found out what she had done, I came back immediately. Yesterday, we had a very long and very unpleasant conversation. This morning, she collected her things and left. She no longer works here. She's no longer in my life." I remained silent, processing the information. Part of me felt vindicated, but another part felt sorry for Robert. He looked really devastated. "I'm sorry," I finally said. "Don't be," he responded firmly. "It was my mistake. I should have seen the signs before, but now I need your help, Jack. The company is in trouble. Clients are leaving and the staff is demoralized. I need you back." "I don't know, Robert." I hesitated. "What guarantee do I have that something like this won't happen again? They didn't even pay me my last salary." "You're right," he nodded. "And that's why I want to offer you something more than your old position." Robert opened a drawer and took out a thick envelope. He slid it across the desk toward me. "Here's your month's salary, plus a bonus for the inconveniences. And there's something else." I opened the envelope. Inside was a check for $150,000 and a legal document. I took it out and began to read it. "A partnership contract?" I asked, surprised. "Yes, I want to offer you 30% of the company. Jack, you've earned it. You're the reason this company is still standing. You always have been." My mouth opened in surprise. I had never expected something like this. One thing was for him to ask me to come back, but to offer me a partnership? "This is unexpected," I said, skimming through the contract. "Look, I know you probably have better offers waiting for you. You're the best salesman I've ever known. Any company would hire you in a second, but I sincerely believe we can do great things together as partners." I didn't know what to say. Robert was right that I already had other offers. Several headhunters had contacted me as soon as they knew I was available, but none offered a partnership, just higher salaries. "I need time to think about it," I finally responded. "Of course," Robert nodded. "Take all the time you need. But there's something else you should know." "What's that?" "I heard that Tiffany is trying to spread negative rumors about you in the industry. She's saying that you stole company data and that you incited clients to cancel their contracts." I let out a curse. I should have imagined she would try something like that. "If you accept my offer," continued Robert, "I'll make a public announcement clarifying the whole situation. I'll explain that you were unjustly fired during my absence and that now you're my partner. That should silence any rumor she tries to spread." It was a good offer. I had to admit it. Not only would I recover my position and get part of the company, but my reputation would also remain intact. "Let me think about it," I said, putting the contract back in the envelope. "I'll give you my answer tomorrow." That night, I couldn't sleep thinking about Robert's offer. On one hand, I felt flattered and the offer was generous. On the other hand, I couldn't easily forget what had happened. What if Robert made the same mistake with another girlfriend in the future? The next morning, I decided to call Miguel to find out how things were at the office. "Boss, you won't believe what's happening," said Miguel as soon as he answered the phone. "Robert is changing everything. He fired all the friends that Tiffany had brought into the company. He reorganized the departments and even publicly apologized to all the staff for what happened." "Really?" I was surprised. "Yes, he even rehired Carlos and he keeps asking about you. It seems like he's desperate for you to come back." After talking with Miguel, I decided I should meet with Robert again. This time, I invited him to a neutral cafe outside the office. When I arrived, Robert was already there drinking an espresso and reviewing documents on his tablet. He looked less tired than the day before, but still had that air of concern. "Jack, thank you for coming," he said, putting aside his documents. "Have you thought about my offer?" "Yes, and I have some conditions," I responded directly. Robert smiled. "I imagined you would. Go ahead. I'm listening." "First, I want 40%, not 30%, I said, preparing to negotiate. To my surprise, Robert nodded without hesitation. "Done." "Second, I want to have the final word on all decisions related to sales and clients." "Seems fair to me," he responded. "You're better at that than I am." "Third, I want to bring my own team of salespeople, Miguel, Carlos, and some others I trust." "No problem," said Robert. "I already rehired Carlos and gave him a raise." I was surprised by how easy everything was being. I expected more resistance. "Why are you agreeing to everything so easily?" I asked with suspicion. Robert sighed and put his coffee cup on the table. "Because I almost lost my company, Jack. When I found out what had happened, I checked the accounts. In just 3 days, we had lost 60% of our clients. If that continued in 2 weeks, we would be bankrupt." He paused and looked me directly in the eyes. "You saved my company once when it was just starting, and now I need you to save it again. I'm willing to pay whatever price is necessary." His honesty moved me. I could see that he was really sorry for what had happened. "Okay," I finally said. "I accept, but there's one more condition." "Whatever it is," he responded quickly. "Never again let your personal relationships interfere with the business. The next time you have a girlfriend, keep her away from the office." Robert let out a bitter laugh. "Believe me, I've learned my lesson. In fact, I think I'm going to be single for a good while." We shook hands to close the deal and agreed to meet with the lawyers that same afternoon to sign the papers. When I returned to the office the next day, now as a partner, everyone welcomed me with applause and cheers. Miguel had organized a small celebration with cake and refreshments. "The king has returned," he joked, handing me a paper crown they had made with gold cardboard. I laughed and put it on, feeling a bit silly, but happy to be back. Robert made an official announcement, presenting me as his new partner, and explaining that all important decisions would now be made together. He also clarified that it had been a mistake to let me go, and that he hoped everyone would welcome me back. The following weeks were intense. I had to work day and night to recover the clients we had lost. Fortunately, most were willing to come back. When they found out that I had returned and was now a partner in the company, a month later we were almost back to normal. In fact, we had acquired some new clients thanks to the improvements that Robert and I implemented in the company structure. It was then that a message arrived from an unknown number. It was Tiffany. "Do you think you've won? This isn't over, Jack. You ruined my life and I'm going to make you pay for it." I showed the message to Robert, who frowned with concern. "Should we be worried?" I asked. Robert shook his head. "I don't think so. She's angry, but she can't do anything. Besides, I've heard she's already dating someone else. The poor devil doesn't even know what's in store for him." I burst out laughing at his comment. It was good to see that Robert could joke about Tiffany. It meant he had really moved on. "By the way," he said, changing the subject, "did you see this month's figures? We've recovered almost all the clients and we're about to sign that contract with Global Tech. If we get it, it will be our biggest client so far." "We'll get it," I responded with confidence. "I have a meeting with them tomorrow, and I'm preparing a presentation they won't be able to refuse." Robert smiled, visibly relaxed. I knew I could count on you, partner. It was strange to hear that word addressed to me, but I liked how it sounded. Partner. I was no longer just a salesman, an employee. Now I was owner of part of the business with a voice and vote in all important decisions. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if Tiffany hadn't fired me that day. I would probably still be just a salesman earning a good salary, but without real participation in the company. In a way, her act of arrogance and stupidity had catapulted me to a much better position. Life has curious ways of working. Sometimes what seems like a disaster turns out to be the beginning of something much better. And sometimes the people who try to sink you end up being the ones who unwittingly lift you higher. As for Tiffany, we never saw her again. I heard rumors that she had tried to get jobs at several competing companies, but no one wanted to hire her after finding out what she had done. Robert had been discreet about their breakup in public, but in the inner circle of the industry, everyone knew the truth. In the end, the only legacy Tiffany left was strengthening our company. Thanks to her attempt to destroy me, I was now a partner and the company was stronger than ever. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. And in my case, that cloud had a name. Tiffany Fox, the woman who, without knowing it, did me the biggest favor of my life. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name's Tyler. I'm 26. And if I could summarize my family in one sentence, it would be, image matters more than integrity. That sounds dramatic, I know, but if you've ever had a mom who cared more about what the neighbors thought than your mental health, or a sibling who could do no wrong even while doing everything wrong, you'd get it. My family isn't abusive exactly. They're just performative. Polished smiles, carefully chosen words, holiday cards that look like Hallmark threw up. But scratch just a little beneath the surface, and it's all ego, judgment, and appearances. I've always been the odd one out. I was the quiet kid with a head full of ideas, more comfortable building websites or tweaking Python scripts than socializing at church brunch. I got a full ride for computer science and spent 4 years quietly working on a side project I never told anyone about. Long story short, that project blew up post-graduation. Think software licensing deal, modest exit, decent investments. Nothing wild, no yachts or Teslas, but enough that I could freelance when I wanted, travel a bit, and live well under the radar. And that's exactly how I liked it. My family, however, assumed I was still trying to figure things out. My mom would drop comments like, "You'll find your calling soon." Even after I bought a house outright. My sister, don't get me started. Her name's Belle, 28. Beauty pageant alumna, studied communications, and married her college sweetheart at 23. When that marriage crashed and burned last year, something about irreconcilable ambition differences. In her words, she moved back home for a while. That's when things started getting weird. Suddenly, Belle was this whirlwind of self-reinvention. New hair, new wardrobe, new Instagram aesthetic, and eventually, a new boyfriend. His name was Brad because of course it was. He looked like someone who'd be named Brad. Tall, tanned, manicured beard. Probably uses the phrase alpha energy in earnest. But here's the kicker, my family loved him. My mom gushed over him like she was auditioning to be his publicist. "He's very successful in finance," she said, sipping her wine one night, as if she understood what that meant. My dad, who usually doesn't get involved, just nodded and added, "He carries himself well. I met him briefly once at my parents' place. Just a handshake and a yo man, what's up kind of thing, but I kept my distance. Something about him just didn't sit right. Too slick, too rehearsed. And the way Belle looked at him, not love, performance, like she wanted us all to see her leveling up. I kept my mouth shut, smiled politely, and went back to my place. I figured he'd fade out eventually, like all her other passion projects. I was wrong. A week ago, I got a text from my mom. "Family dinner Sunday at 6 o'clock. Be there. Belle's bringing Brad." No emoji, no please. Just a commandment. Typical. I thought about skipping. It's not like I'd be missed. But something about the way she phrased it got under my skin. Like it wasn't a request, but an obligation. Like my role was to show up, smile, and let them feel good about being the perfect family. Against my better judgment, I went. Sunday came, and I showed up 10 minutes late just to mess with the vibe. My mom opened the door, perfectly lipsticked, and gave me a look like I just walked in wearing rags. "Tyler," she sighed. "We were about to start." No hug, no hello. I just nodded and stepped inside. The table was already set. Crystal glasses, cloth napkins, my mom's signature overcooked roast. Everyone else was seated. Dad at the head sipping scotch, Belle dolled up, and then Brad lounging back like he owned the place. "Yo, what's up, bro?" he said with that punchable grin. "Nice of you to finally show up." I smiled thinly. "Traffic," he snorted. "Right in this town." My mom cleared her throat and waved me to my seat like a stage director pushing the last actor on stage. We made small talk for a bit. How's work? The weather? Some news about a cousin I barely remembered. And for a while I thought maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Then the jokes started. Brad launched into some story about a coworker who tried to start a side hustle. Dude thought he was going to be the next Zuckerberg. He laughed, made like $5, and called himself an entrepreneur. Everyone chuckled. My mom laughed the loudest. Belle even wiped a fake tear. I didn't say anything, but Brad looked right at me like he wanted to see if I'd take the bait. "You ever try anything like that, Tyler? I heard you're into that tech stuff." I shrugged a bit. He smirked. "You should talk to this guy I know. He teaches coding to high schoolers. Pretty solid gig for folks who can't break into real development jobs." Real laughed. "Ouch, Brad." But she didn't defend me. She just sipped her wine. I glanced at my mom. Nothing. Not even a twitch. So I smiled. "Sounds like a great fallback for someone like you." His smirk twitched, but he played it off. "Nah, man, I'm good. I'm in finance. Real world stuff." My dad chuckled. "We could use a little more of that around here." That stung. Shouldn't have, but it did. I'd helped him set up a budgeting app just last year. Literally automated half his finances. But sure, Brad, Mr. Finance Guy, was the real deal. I stayed quiet for the rest of the meal, letting them bask in their smug little echo chamber. But inside, my mind was spinning. I knew something they didn't. Something Brad definitely didn't want them to know. Because earlier that week, on pure instinct, I Googled him. And what I found, well, let's just say his definition of finance was a little more flexible than most. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. I waited. I let them talk. And then right after dessert, Brad opened his mouth again, and that's when everything shifted. You know that feeling when you're sitting at a table and everyone's laughing at something, but it's not funny to you, not even remotely? It's not just that you don't get the joke. It's that you are the joke and everyone knows it and they're fine with it. That was me sitting there picking at a piece of dry roast beef while Brad held court like he was some motivational speaker hosting a family TED Talk. And they ate it up. Belle was clinging to every word like he was reading out stock tips straight from heaven. My dad leaned in every time Brad spoke, nodding like a bobblehead. And my mom, she had that glassy-eyed look she used to reserve for country club ladies with doctor husbands. "So anyway," Brad said, patting his stomach and pushing his plate forward like a satisfied king. "Our firm's launching a new algorithmic fund next quarter. Real cutting-edge stuff. You wouldn't believe the amount of back-end work I've had to oversee." "Back-end work?" I asked mildly, twirling my fork between my fingers. He glanced at me. "Yeah, quantitative models, predictive analytics, finance nerd stuff, He chuckled like he'd just told a good joke. "Oh, sure," I said. "Sounds complex." "It is," he said. "You ever think about getting into real business? Or is the dream still coding in your pajamas and drinking Red Bull at 2 a.m.? Belle laughed like that was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. "Brad, stop," she said, though she clearly didn't want him to. "Tyler's always been more of a passion project kind of guy." My mom didn't laugh this time. She gave me the look, that tight-lipped, passive-aggressive mom look that could suck the air out of a room. "Tyler," she said, "we've talked about this. You have to let people tease you sometimes. That's how we connect." I blinked. Tease or belittle? Her tone hardened. "Don't make a scene." And there it was. The line I'd heard 1,000 times growing up. Don't make a scene. Translation: don't make us look bad. Don't make us uncomfortable. Don't disrupt the illusion. I leaned back in my chair. Didn't realize being mocked at dinner counted as bonding. Brad raised an eyebrow. It's all in good fun, man. No need to get defensive. I didn't respond. I just stared at him long enough that his confident smirk faltered for a split second. Then my dad broke the tension. All right, let's move on. Tyler, you doing anything interesting these days? I knew he didn't actually care. It was a lifeline disguised as small talk, a way to neutralize the moment. Working on a few projects, I said vaguely. Keeping busy. Brad snorted again, his default setting, apparently. What kind of projects? Or is that top secret? I looked at him. He didn't blink. He was trying to humiliate me again. Before I could say anything, my mom sighed loudly like I was the problem. Tyler, please, she said in that disappointed teacher voice. Can we not do this tonight? You're making things awkward. I froze. Everyone turned their eyes toward me. I was making things awkward. Not Brad, who'd been goading me nonstop. Not Belle, who giggled through every jab like it was open mic night at a comedy club. Me. I felt something in my chest twist. Something familiar and heavy and bitter. The same feeling I used to get in high school when Belle would throw a tantrum over something she did wrong and I'd get grounded for not being the bigger person. The same feeling I had when I got a full scholarship to a school 3 states away and my mom said, "You'll change your mind, sweetie. You don't want to leave your family, do you?" Like I was selfish for wanting a life of my own. I clenched my jaw. Sure, I said tightly. Let's not make things awkward. The conversation moved on. They joked about mutual friends, vacations, some neighbor's dog. I tuned most of it out. I was barely listening, just nodding when needed, sipping my water, keeping my expression flat. But inside, the storm was building. Because that wasn't just a comment or two. That was years of quiet contempt wrapped in fake smiles and forced laughter bubbling up in the open. That was every time I was overlooked, dismissed, told to be quieter, smaller, more agreeable. And now there was a shiny new golden boy at the table. One who could say whatever he wanted as long as he looked good doing it. Then came the moment. Dessert had been cleared. Store-bought cheesecake my mom pretended she baked. And the wine had done its work. My dad leaned back with a satisfied grunt. And Belle was scrolling through her phone, showing Brad something on Instagram. So anyway, Brad said suddenly, looking up from her screen, I actually gave a talk last week on fintech disruption. My team's been working with this new predictive analytics firm, Startup Stream or something like that. Tiny little dev company. Barely anyone's heard of them. They've got good tech, though. We're probably going to buy their platform outright in a few months. I set my glass down slowly. Startup Stream? I asked. Calm even. Yeah, Brad said. You've heard of them? A bit, I said. What's your involvement, exactly? He grinned. I'm kind of the guy who does the talking, front-facing. I smooth the deals. Make sure the numbers align. Some of the execs don't like working directly with the code people. Gets too technical. The code people, I repeated deadpan. Yeah, he said, clearly not catching the tone. No offense, but those guys aren't exactly business-minded. Brilliant in their own way, sure, but not cut out for the big table. The big table, I echoed, and I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on me now. Belle was watching with a nervous smile. My dad looked puzzled. My mom was frowning. Brad kept going. Anyway, we'll probably fold their tools into our infrastructure and maybe hire a few of their devs if they can keep up. It's a win-win. I didn't say anything for a beat. Just reached slowly into my pocket and pulled out my phone. What are you doing? My mom asked sharply, her tone already accusatory. I ignored her, opened my email, scrolled for a moment, and found the one I was looking for. Startup Stream, I said. That predictive analytics firm. The one your company is about to buy. Brad raised his eyebrows. Yeah, cool, I said, holding up the screen. Because I own it. Silence. Dead. Heavy. Complete silence. The room froze like someone had hit pause on a remote. Brad's smirk melted into confusion. Then something that looked very much like panic. My mom blinked. What are you talking about? I stood up slowly, not raising my voice, not changing my tone. Startup Stream is my company. I built it. I licensed our core product to 3 separate hedge funds last year, and one of them is the firm you work for. I've had 3 meetings with your department heads. I didn't recognize your name because you weren't in any of them. Brad was pale now. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Belle looked like she'd just witnessed a car crash in real time. My dad sat up straighter. Wait, what? I didn't mention it because I knew how it would go, I said. I knew no one would believe me, just like every time I've tried to share something real. You all treated it like a phase, a joke, something to roll your eyes at. My mom finally found her voice. You mean to tell me you own a tech company? Since when? I looked at her. Since 3 years ago. You never said anything. Would it have mattered if I did? I asked. You made your minds up a long time ago. Brad stood now, too. His confident energy replaced with something twitchy and uncomfortable. Look, man, I didn't know, right? I cut in. Because if you did, you wouldn't have said half the things you did tonight. You probably wouldn't have said anything at all. He glanced at Belle like she was supposed to save him. She just stared at the table. I looked around one last time at the room, at the people who were supposed to be my family. There's a special kind of silence that happens when people realize the version of you they built in their heads doesn't match reality. It's not the quiet of reflection or regret. It's the stunned, gaping stillness of ego being rewired in real time. That's what I saw at that table. Brad's jaw tightened. My mom blinked like someone had unplugged her and she was rebooting. Belle looked at me with this weird cocktail of confusion, embarrassment, and something dangerously close to shame. And my dad, he just sat back like a man watching his house tilt on its foundation. And I was standing there, phone in hand, pulse thudding, heart pounding. Not out of pride, not even revenge, but from years of pent-up words finally bursting out. From the sheer exhaustion of playing small for people who had never once thought to ask what I was building when I disappeared into my room for hours. They only saw a boy with a laptop, never a man with a plan. I could have dropped everything right then. I could have gone for the throat, explained in excruciating detail just how much Brad didn't know, how his firm had been lowballing us for weeks, how he hadn't even been in the meeting loops. But I didn't because something inside me, maybe the last splinter of the boy who once tried to please everyone, told me it wasn't worth it. Not right now. So instead, I just said it. The one sentence that made the room implode. I'm selling Startup Stream. The deal closes Friday. My mom gasped. You're what? It's been in the works for months. I signed the papers last week. Belle blinked. Wait, like selling? Selling for how much? I looked at her for a long moment. Enough. Brad made a choked noise. To who? I looked at him to affirm. That's not yours. And then I walked out. Didn't wait for dessert. Didn't say goodbye. Just left them sitting in the dining room like mannequins caught mid-conversation. That night, I didn't sleep much. You'd think it would be cathartic walking out like that. And part of it was. But there was something else, something heavier. I kept replaying their faces, their silence, the weight of those years I spent hiding my success because I didn't want to be that guy. The arrogant tech bro. The, I made it and now I'm better than you guy. I never wanted to rub anything in anyone's face. But they had no problem rubbing me in the dirt. And now I had nothing left to prove to them. But here's the truth. Walking away doesn't mean you don't carry the bruises. The days after the dinner were oddly quiet. No texts, no calls, not even a passive-aggressive "let's talk" from my mom. I half expected a guilt trip or a sudden flood of messages pretending it never happened. But no, just silence, which was fine at first. But loneliness has this way of echoing louder when it follows disappointment. And I wasn't immune to it. I didn't spiral. I'm not going to pretend I collapsed into a pit of despair. But I felt adrift hollow, like I'd snapped a rubber band that had been stretched for too long and now didn't know what to do with the slack. I buried myself in the sale. The paperwork was brutal. Even with lawyers and consultants, selling a company you built from the ground up is like gutting your own house, ripping out floorboards, checking every crevice, making sure no rotting beams remain. But it gave me structure, purpose. And then Friday came. Signed the final doc at 10:07 a.m., got a confirmation ping a minute later. Just like that, it was done. I stared at my laptop screen for a long time. My bank account reflected a number that didn't feel real. Enough zeros to make my high school economics teacher proud. Enough to change my life 10 times over. Enough to disappear if I wanted to. But instead of celebrating, I closed the laptop and I went for a walk. I ended up at this little coffee shop downtown I used to work at during college. They still made the same burnt espresso. Still had the same wobbly table near the window. I sat there for a good hour watching people walk by, wondering what came next. That's when the text came from Belle. "Hey, you around?" I stared at it, considered deleting it. But something in me, curiosity, maybe stupidity, typed back, "Yeah." She sent an address. Not our parents' house. Her place, the apartment she'd been crashing in since the divorce. I thought about it for a while, then paid for my coffee, stood up, and walked there. She answered the door in sweats and a hoodie. No makeup, no performance, just Belle. The version I hadn't seen since we were kids sharing cereal in the mornings before school. She didn't say anything for a second. Then softly, "You want to come in?" I nodded. Her place was small, messy, half-unpacked boxes in the corner, a forgotten wine glass on the counter. She gestured to the couch and we sat. "Look," she started. I didn't know about the company, about anything. I stayed quiet. She fidgeted with the drawstring of her hoodie. "Brad's? Well, you saw what he's like. I thought he was the stable, confident guy after the divorce. I wanted someone to get me. You know?" I raised an eyebrow. "So, you brought him to dinner to parade him around?" Her cheeks flushed. "I didn't expect him to be that bad. And I didn't expect you to drop a nuke like that." "I didn't plan to," I said honestly. But he kept pushing and no one stopped him. Belle sighed. "That's kind of how we are, huh? We perform. We keep up appearances. We don't rock the boat." I nodded. "Yeah. And the boat's been sinking for years." She didn't respond for a bit. Then, "Mom's freaking out. Not just about what happened, about what she missed. She called me yesterday crying, saying she failed you somehow." I almost laughed. "Now she notices." "She's not great at saying sorry," Belle admitted. "She thinks if she ignores it long enough, it resets." "Yeah, that's familiar." "I'm not asking you to forgive her," she said. "But maybe just talk to her. She's not sleeping. Dad's pretending everything's fine, but I heard him telling Uncle Ray, 'You embarrassed the family.'" I looked at her. "I embarrassed the family." She nodded, wincing. "That's the story they're telling themselves." "Yeah, figures." We talked for a while longer. She apologized again, not performatively this time. It felt real, human, vulnerable. And I found myself softening just a little because, despite everything, she was my sister. And maybe, just maybe, she was finally starting to see me as more than the family's punching bag. I left without promising anything. I didn't text Mom. I didn't call Dad. Instead, I booked a trip. 2 weeks, no laptop, no work, no family. Just me, a cabin near the coast, and a lot of empty time to figure out what I wanted. And you know what? It was the best thing I ever did. I hiked. I read books. I cooked for myself. I sat on the porch at night and listened to the wind. No judgment, no expectations, just stillness. And slowly, piece by piece, something inside me started rebuilding. Not with loud declarations or Instagram quotes. Quietly, privately, I started thinking about my next steps. Not for money, not for prestige, but for me. I'd already won the game my family didn't even know I was playing. Now, it was time to stop playing for them altogether. By the time I got back, I had a plan. Not for revenge, not for proving them wrong, for freedom. But of course, nothing stays quiet for long. Because when I returned, I found a letter waiting for me. No return address. Inside, a wedding invitation, Belle and Brad, and a little handwritten note from my mom. "We hope you'll come. Family is everything. Let's not let one dinner ruin that." I must have read that note 5 times. Let's not let one dinner ruin that. Like it was some tiny hiccup. Like it was a slightly awkward moment to brush under the rug next to all the other things they'd conveniently forgotten. I held the invitation in one hand, the note in the other, and for a second, I just stood there in my hallway, surrounded by silence. The kind of silence that screams. I wasn't angry. Not immediately. What I felt was colder, clearer. A clean, sharp understanding that the people who were supposed to know me best still didn't know me at all. Family is everything. That was rich. Because if family was everything, maybe they should have started treating me like something. I sat down at the kitchen counter, flicked the invitation open again, and scanned the details. The wedding was 2 months away. Garden ceremony, formal dress, dinner, and dancing at a boutique hotel about an hour outside the city. RSVP by the end of the month. My name was handwritten on the envelope in my mother's looping cursive. Like that somehow made it more personal. Like she hadn't ghosted me for weeks after that dinner, only to resurface now that there were flower arrangements and guest lists to finalize. I set the invitation down and stared at the ceiling. Then I smiled. Not a big, smug grin, just a quiet one. Because for the first time in a long time, I felt something new. Not bitterness, not sadness, leverage. They wanted me at that wedding badly. Not because they missed me or because they'd suddenly had some revelation about how terribly they treated me. No, they wanted the image, the illusion. They wanted to be able to tell their church friends. Oh yes, the whole family was there. Tyler, too. They wanted me to play the part, wear the suit, shake hands, pretend everything was fine so their house of cards didn't collapse. And I had no intention of giving them that. Not for free. The next few days were productive in a way I hadn't felt since the early startup stream days. I don't know if it was the spite or the clarity, but I woke up every morning with a sense of purpose. I wasn't just reacting anymore. I was moving, planning, positioning. Step 1. Information. I didn't trust Brad. That was a given. But something about the way he'd fumbled at dinner, the way he tried to spin his involvement with Startup Stream, it didn't sit right with me. So I started digging. At first, I kept it surface level, LinkedIn, Twitter, old company websites, the usual. But Brad was smarter than I'd initially assumed. His digital footprint was carefully managed, polished, curated. He looked like a dream candidate on paper. But I'd been in tech long enough to know how easy it is to fake it when you know which buzzwords to use. So I called a friend. Well, not so much a friend as an old contact. Ethan, a cybersecurity guy I'd worked with on a project 2 years back. He owed me a favor. You want me to background a finance bro? He said, amused. I want to know who I'm dealing with, I replied. And I want it off the books. 2 days later, he sent me a file. It wasn't damning, not in the criminal sense, but it was revealing. Turns out Brad had job-hopped more than anyone in my family realized. He'd bounced between startups, advisory roles, and vague consulting gigs that never seemed to last more than 6 months. He'd failed upward thanks to charm and connections. The fintech company he currently worked for, he wasn't in upper management. He was in sales, not strategy, not analytics, just sales, which isn't inherently shady, but it made the things he'd said at dinner sound a whole lot more hollow. More importantly, he had a history of bad investments. Real estate, crypto, a few e-commerce ventures that never made it past launch. He wasn't broke, but he wasn't the high-powered executive he pretended to be either. That explained a lot. I filed that info away for later. Step 2, allies. I wasn't planning to go nuclear. Not yet. But I wanted options. So I called up Ava. Ava was my ex. Well, we dated casually during the early startup stream years, stayed friends after, and she'd always had a sharp sense for people. More importantly, she'd been at that dinner a year ago back when Belle brought her previous boyfriend to test the waters. Ava saw the same patterns I did, the performative charm, the fragile ego. She'd even predicted that relationship wouldn't last. And she was right. When I explained what happened with Brad, she didn't hesitate. I'm in, she said. Whatever you need. You might regret that, I said. I won't, she replied. Besides, I owe your sister for that passive-aggressive meltdown she pulled on me over brunch. Fair enough. We met at a coffee shop later that week to game things out. So, what's the plan? She asked, sipping her iced latte. Expose him at the altar? Dramatic speech? Hidden camera? I laughed. Nothing that flashy yet. I want to see how deep this goes. I think he's using my sister. Maybe for money, maybe for clout. I don't know, but something's off. Ava nodded. You think she knows? She's too wrapped up in the idea of winning to notice. And your mom? I smirked. She'll ignore anything that threatens the aesthetic. Ava leaned forward. Then let's give them exactly what they want. A perfect, peaceful wedding with you front and center. I paused. You think I should go? I think you should RSVP yes, she said. And while you're smiling for the cameras, we start laying the groundwork. Quietly, surgically. If Brad's hiding something, we'll find it. And if he's not, well, we'll be polite. But if he is... She let the sentence hang. I nodded. Okay. I said, let's play. I RSVP'd that night, attending +1. No one texted me to acknowledge it, but I knew they saw it. The next few weeks were all about prep. I reconnected with people, talked to mutual acquaintances, slid into the background of Brad's digital world, and started observing. Ava helped me scrub through his social media and identify patterns. Weird inconsistencies in timelines, travel dates that didn't add up, comments from friends that hinted at side ventures no one had heard of. Then one night, Ava messaged me, found something. I clicked the link she sent. It was a forum thread, a niche finance board buried beneath layers of SEO fog. And in it, Brad posting under a pseudonym but not cleverly enough. He was shilling some kind of crypto-based investing tool, half-baked, full of buzzwords and clearly not legal. The thread was full of red flags. Promises of guaranteed returns, aggressive tactics, and a few posts from burned users claiming they never got their money back. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was definitely smoke, and smoke meant fire. I sent the thread to Ethan. 2 days later, he confirmed it. Brad had quietly registered a shell company 6 months ago. He'd been funneling money into it from personal accounts and possibly from friends and family, probably promising them a big return on a non-existent product. That's when I knew this wasn't just about revenge anymore. This was about protection. My sister was walking into a marriage with a man who might be scamming people out of their savings. And she had no idea. My parents were throwing a wedding that could be followed by lawsuits, debt collectors, or worse. And no one had the spine to see it but me. So I made a choice. I wouldn't stop the wedding. Not yet. But I would be ready, because the day they asked me to smile for the cameras, I'd be smiling with everything in place. The day of the wedding arrived like the final act of a play everyone had rehearsed for but didn't quite understand. The venue was exactly what I expected. Tastefully extravagant. White orchids wrapped around archways. Gold-trimmed invitations handed to guests by teenage cousins in stiff suits. A jazz trio played softly near the garden entrance as people milled around with flutes of champagne. Their conversations were as shallow as the decorative koi pond near the buffet table. I pulled up in a matte charcoal rental, sleek, understated, professional. Ava stepped out beside me, wearing a deep green dress that made at least 3 of my mother's friends freeze mid-sentence. She looped her arm through mine and whispered, "You ready?" I didn't answer right away. I just looked across the garden where Brad was shaking hands and flashing his practice smile, where my mother was giving last-minute directions to the wedding planner like a general coordinating a battlefront, where Belle, stunning in a lace ivory gown, flawless makeup, that signature pageant smile, stood in the middle of it all like a porcelain doll no one dared to touch. Then I nodded. Yeah, let's finish this. The ceremony was scheduled to start at 4 p.m., right as the sun dipped low enough to make everything look golden in photos. Everyone was dressed to impress, and for the most part, they succeeded. I recognized some faces. Old neighbors, family friends, a few extended relatives who only ever showed up for free food and gossip fodder. I kept my distance during the pre-ceremony mingling, nursing a glass of water while watching Brad. He was in full politician mode. Charming, laughing, boasting just enough to make people feel special without revealing anything of substance. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was the groom of the century. But I knew better. So did Ava. She nudged me around 3:30. He's still working the room. You sure we wait until after? Yes, I said. Let the illusion complete itself. We took our seats near the front second row, behind the immediate family. My mom spotted me and gave a brittle smile. Dad nodded stiffly. Belle didn't look at me once as she walked down the aisle, hand clutched around a bouquet, eyes laser-focused on the altar. I noticed the tightness in her jaw, not nerves, restraint. Brad, to his credit, looked every bit the charming groom. Clean-cut tucks, subtle cufflinks, that ever-present confidence. The ceremony was short, mostly fluff, a few tears from my aunt, some overly long personal vows that sounded suspiciously like they were AI-generated. Then came the reception. That was the real performance. Tables set with custom place cards, a choreographed first dance, the kind of menu that name-dropped the farm where the chickens were raised. My mom gave a toast about love, perseverance, and building a future together. My dad followed up with a slightly awkward but heartfelt speech about welcoming Brad into the family. I waited. I watched. And then, just as dessert was being served, when the wine had settled in and the guests were loose and smiling, I stood. "May I say a few words?" I asked, tapping a spoon against my glass. The room turned. The MC hesitated, glanced at my mom, who looked frozen in place. Brad smiled tightly. "Of course, man. Go ahead." I stepped up to the mic. "Thanks," I said. "I'll keep this short. I just wanted to say how happy I am for my sister. Belle, you look beautiful. I may not say it enough, but you've always been the strongest person I know." She blinked, caught off guard, then nodded slowly, unsure of where this was going. I turned to Brad. "And Brad, I have to admit, I wasn't sure about you at first, but over the past few weeks, I've done some homework. Dug into your background, your investments, your side projects. It's enlightening." The room shifted. Laughter died. Heads tilted. Brad stiffened. "What are you?" I held up a hand. "It's okay. I'm not here to ruin anything. I'm just here to tell the truth." I pulled out my phone, connected it to the projector the venue had set up for the photo slideshow. The screen flickered, and a web browser appeared. I opened a PDF titled Investor Communication Records, Credence Coin 2021 to 2023. Then another file, screenshots of Brad's forum posts under his pseudonym. Next, a short video clip, a recorded Zoom pitch where Brad promised guaranteed returns to a group of unsuspecting investors. His face, his voice, gasps silence. I let it play for 20 seconds before pausing it. "Brad has been running a low-level Ponzi scheme for the past 2 years, I said calmly. "It's not big enough to hit headlines, but it's enough to ruin people. Friends, family, anyone who bought into the fantasy." People turned, faces twisted. My uncle whispered something to my dad, who turned sheet white. Belle stood, clutching her bouquet like a weapon. "Tyler, what is this?" "It's what I tried to tell you," I said, softer now. "He's not who he says he is. I wanted to warn you sooner, but I needed proof." Brad moved toward me. "You little..." I said, holding up another paper. "I've already submitted this to the SEC. This is just a courtesy." His face drained of color. "But you know what's really sad?" I continued, facing the crowd again. "It's not just the fraud. It's that no one in this family wanted to believe I could be right, that I could have value beyond being the quiet one. I was told to stop making the family look bad, to be polite, to let things go." I looked at my mother. Her hands trembled around her champagne glass. "But today, I chose not to be quiet. Today, I chose truth over comfort, and I think you all needed to see it." I stepped back from the mic. Brad was frozen. Belle looked like someone had ripped the ground from beneath her. The wedding planner hovered at the edge of the room, pale and twitching. Then came the fallout. My mom stood up. "Tyler, we need to talk." "I'm done talking," I said. "You only listen when it's convenient." "Tyler, wait," Belle said, her voice cracking. "Why now?" I turned to her. "Because you deserve better, even if you couldn't see it." Then I walked out. Ava followed, heels clicking beside me. We didn't speak until we reached the car. She finally asked, "Do you feel better?" I took a long breath. The air was cooler out here, quieter. "I feel free." We drove off. Later, I heard Brad was detained for questioning that same week. The SEC had apparently been circling for months. My documentation just gave them the final piece. Bell annulled the marriage in under a month. My parents went radio silent for a while, but eventually a card arrived in the mail. No note, just a card, blank inside. I tossed it. Some endings don't need closure. Some endings are just clean, like the click of a door finally locking behind you. And sometimes, silence is the loudest victory of all. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Aaron. I'm 29, and I'm the one everyone in my family used to call the reliable one. You know, the type. The guy who always shows up, picks up the slack, covers the bill when someone forgets their wallet, and fixes the messes no one else wants to touch. For a long time, I wore that label like a badge of honor. I thought being dependable was a good thing. But somewhere along the way, that reliability turned into expectation, then obligation, then something uglier. It became a leash. It all came to a head on my birthday last year, my 29th. Nothing big, just a casual family dinner at my parents' house. Mom made her usual lasagna. My sister brought her 2 kids and pretended they didn't exist while they ran wild. And my brother Nate rolled in late with the usual air of smugness and a bottle of wine he probably took from a client. Classic Nate move. He's 4 years younger than me and somehow still treated like the golden child, despite holding a revolving door of jobs and a bank account that never had more than 3 digits. Meanwhile, I had a stable job in IT, owned my condo, paid off my car, and, here's the kicker, was covering most of my parents' bills quietly for the past 3 years. They never asked directly. It started with a just for this month, sweetheart moment after Dad's business hit a rough patch. Then came the mortgage, then the utilities. Then suddenly I was the one paying for repairs, groceries, and even covering for Nate when he messed up again. And I did it quietly because I thought I was helping. Because I thought, well, someone has to step up. That night, though, something cracked. The dinner started fine, if a bit tense like always. My mom fussed over Nate's tie, he hadn't even worn one, while Dad made one of his usual jabs about how I was still single because I worked too much. I laughed it off like I always do. Then came the cake. It was store-bought, but whatever. They sang happy birthday half-heartedly, mostly out of tune, but I smiled anyway. Then Dad raised his glass and said to Aaron, "May he never disappear or we'd have no one left to fix our messes." The table chuckled. Then he added it, the line that still echoes in my head. "If you disappeared tomorrow, no one would miss you." The words hit me like a slap, but it was the reaction that gutted me. Nate laughed. Mom didn't say a word, just smiled and nodded like it was some sort of joke she'd heard before. My niece asked what disappeared meant, and no one even blinked. I stared at them, my own family, these people I had spent the last several years supporting emotionally, financially, and mentally, and they were laughing like I was a joke, like I didn't matter. I excused myself quietly and left the house before anyone noticed I hadn't cut the cake. I didn't cry that night. I didn't scream or throw things. I just sat in my car for 2 hours in silence. That silence told me more than their words ever could. For the next 2 weeks, I went about my life like nothing had happened. I still paid the electric bill, still covered Mom's credit card, still Venmo'd Nate when he texted me some nonsense about being short on rent. But I also started planning quietly, carefully, because I realized something. They didn't just take me for granted. They depended on me. They needed me. But I didn't need them. I didn't show up for Sunday dinner the next week. Mom texted me a passive-aggressive, "Missed you," and I ignored it. Nate sent a laughing emoji. Classy. I didn't respond. The week after that, I forgot to send the money for the water bill on purpose. They called, confused. I said I was tight on cash this month. That was the first ripple. The next time Dad called, I let it go to voicemail. When I listened to it later, it was 30 seconds of silence. Then a sigh. Then a sharp, "Call me when you can, Aaron." No apology, just a command. 2 weeks later, I changed my phone number. Then I resigned from my job. You see, over the years I had saved up quite a bit. I'd always lived modestly. No vacations, no big spending, just a quiet life and a steadily growing bank account. I had a little over $180,000 tucked away. I sold my condo, liquidated some investments. By the end of the month, I had just shy of $250,000 and no obligations tying me down. I found a place out west, a small town I'd visited once on a solo hiking trip. Peaceful, quiet, isolated. I packed up, signed a lease under a new name, and vanished. No goodbye, no note, just gone. I cut off every digital footprint they could trace. I deleted my socials, closed my old email, canceled every account tied to the bills, and I watched. Not out of malice. Okay, maybe a little, but mostly out of curiosity. I wanted to see how long it would take before they noticed the world they leaned on had been built on my shoulders. The first sign came about 3 weeks later when Mom called my old job and found out I had resigned. Then came a string of desperate emails to my old address. Subject lines like, "Please call," "Urgent," and "We're worried." I didn't read most of them. Then came Nate. He actually found one of my old college friends and messaged him to ask if I was okay. Told him I'd gone silent and that the family was concerned. My friend knew better. He told him I was fine, just busy. The desperation ramped up fast. The mortgage didn't get paid. The utilities were cut. Dad's pride wouldn't let him admit anything to the extended family. So they just told everyone I was traveling for work. In reality, they were drowning. Nate had no money to cover their losses. Mom's credit card started bouncing. Dad had a minor health scare and they couldn't afford the medical bills. For the first time, they had to ask for help from the very relatives they'd spent years quietly judging. And I spent my mornings sipping coffee on a porch that overlooked mountains. I went on long walks. I read books. I breathed for the first time in a decade. But that peace wouldn't last forever because about a month later, something happened. Something that pulled me right back into their orbit whether I wanted it or not. Started with a knock on my new door. And standing there was someone I never expected to see. It was my cousin Jenna. Now, before I explain how she found me, let me back up. Jenna was the only person in our extended family I had ever really clicked with. We weren't close, but she always treated me like I was more than a wallet. She had this way of asking, "How are you?" That made you believe she actually wanted to know, but we hadn't talked much in years. She moved to Oregon for grad school, got married, had a kid, lived her life. So when she showed up on my doorstep in the middle of nowhere, I didn't know whether to be alarmed or weirdly touched. She looked exhausted. Not physically, more like the kind of emotional tired that clings to your bones. "Aaron," she said, stepping back like she wasn't even sure I'd let her in. "I'm sorry to show up like this. I didn't know where else to go." I blinked. "Jenna, how did you?" "I didn't," she admitted. "Not really, but I remembered you talking about this town years ago when you visited." I made a guess. Called every rental property in the area for 2 weeks until someone mentioned a quiet guy who paid a year's rent up front in cash. I almost laughed. Almost. But her expression stopped me. This wasn't just a casual visit. "What's going on?" I asked, stepping aside so she could come in. She walked in slowly, looking around like the place was too peaceful for what she was about to say. We sat. I offered tea. She didn't touch it. "They're losing everything," she said finally. "Your parents. Nate, the house is in foreclosure. Utilities were shut off last week. Your dad had some kind of panic attack. Refused to go to the hospital because they couldn't afford it. Nate tried to pawn your old gaming PC. They're a mess." I didn't say anything. "They told everyone you had a breakdown," she added. "That you just snapped, disappeared, that they're worried sick." I almost laughed again, but it came out dry and bitter. Of course they are. No one left to pay for their mistakes. Jenna didn't argue. She didn't defend them. That's why I let her stay. She just nodded slowly and said, "I figured that's what happened." I sat with that silence for a long moment before I finally asked, "Why are you really here, Jenna?" She looked up at me, and for the first time, I saw something behind the calm. A flicker of uncertainty. "Because they're scared, and because part of me hoped you'd want to know." I didn't respond. She leaned forward slightly as if trying to meet me halfway. "Aaron, I'm not asking you to fix it. God knows they don't deserve that. But I thought you should hear it from someone who isn't expecting anything." And that's when she handed me the envelope. It was addressed to me in my mom's handwriting. The same handwriting that used to label my school lunch bags and birthday cards when I was a kid. The sight of it made my stomach twist. I didn't open it. Jenna stayed the night in the guest room. She didn't push me to read it, and I didn't offer to talk. In the morning, she left quietly, thanking me for the bed and for not slamming the door in her face. After she left, I sat with that envelope for hours. I turned it over in my hands, stared at the seal, thought about every memory that had led to this point. The birthdays I paid for, the dinners I cooked, the nights I stayed up helping Nate with emergencies, the moment at that table when they all laughed as my dad casually erased me. I opened it. The letter was 2 pages, handwritten, shaky, emotional in the way someone writes when they're scared of consequences, not when they feel genuine regret. Aaron, we don't know what happened. One moment you were there and the next you were gone. No messages, no goodbye. We're scared. Are you okay? Your father's been sick. Nate is lost without you. We didn't realize how much you were holding together until it all started falling apart. Please just tell us where you are. We're sorry if we said something that hurt you. We were just joking that night. You know how your dad is. He never means it. He misses you. We all do. Please come home. Just talk to us. Love, Mom. There it was. Not a word of accountability, not a mention of what was actually said. Just a vague blanket apology wrapped in, "We miss you." And we didn't mean it. No ownership, just fear. I didn't cry. I folded the letter back into the envelope and tucked it in a drawer. That night, I went to bed with a strange calm in my chest. I realized something important. They weren't mourning me. They were mourning the loss of their safety net. The next few weeks passed quietly. No new visitors, no new letters, but I kept tabs, watched from a distance. Jenna gave me occasional updates. They moved in with my aunt temporarily. Nate tried to launch a GoFundMe, claiming their breadwinner had vanished. It barely raised enough to cover a week of groceries. And then something happened that even I didn't see coming. One morning, Jenna called me. "You need to see this," she said. "Check your old email." I forwarded something. I logged into the email I hadn't touched in months. The one they probably assumed I'd abandoned. And there it was, an email from Nate. The subject line, "You owe us, Aaron." I stared at that subject line for a long moment. "You owe us, Aaron." For words, each one digging under my skin like a splinter. I clicked the email open, unsure if I was angry, amused, or just numb at this point. "Hey man, I don't know what your deal is or where you ran off to, but this is getting ridiculous. We've been through tough times since you ghosted everyone. Mom and Dad are barely hanging on, and I'm doing everything I can to keep things together here. You were the one who kept everything running. You paid for everything. That was your role. We didn't ask you to be the responsible one. You just were. So, don't get mad at us now for relying on you. That's on you. If you think disappearing proves some kind of point, fine. You've made it. Now, come back and fix what you broke. It's the least you can do after everything we've done for you. We're family. That still means something, right?" I reread that last line. We're family. That still means something, right? Something about it made me laugh out loud. This dry, hollow kind of laugh that echoed through the walls of my quiet little cabin. They still didn't get it. They genuinely believed they were the victims here, that I'd somehow wronged them by no longer financing their lives. I didn't reply. Instead, I saved the email in a folder titled Delusions, shut the laptop, and went for a walk. The trails behind the cabin were peaceful that time of day. Golden sunlight breaking through the trees, bird song in the background, the faint crunch of leaves under my boots. I breathed in the quiet. The kind of quiet I'd never known growing up in a house filled with constant noise, complaints, demands, shouting, and the never-ending echo of "Aaron will handle it." As I walked, I kept turning over Nate's email in my mind. The tone, the entitlement, the way he twisted my disappearance into betrayal, like I had some duty stamped on my forehead the day I was born. That was your role. It rang in my ears like a bell I couldn't unring. No, not anymore. But even as I tried to shake it off, I knew deep down that something was shifting. The game was changing. They were no longer just confused and scrambling. They were angry, and desperation mixed with entitlement is a dangerous cocktail. Over the next few days, the emails kept coming, not just from Nate. My mother sent a long one titled, "Please think about the family." It was full of vague guilt trips, references to my childhood, lines like, "Remember how we always supported your science fairs," and "This family's been through enough already." I didn't delete it. I archived it with the others. Then came the letter from my dad. Actual physical mail this time. Sent to the local post office under my old name, probably hoping it would somehow reach me. I didn't even know how he figured out the town. Maybe Jenna had slipped up, or maybe he just guessed. Inside the envelope was a single sheet of paper, typed. No greeting, no signature. "You're punishing us. I get it, but you're punishing your mother most of all. She doesn't deserve this." I didn't mean what I said that night. I thought it was funny. "You used to have a sense of humor. You're being dramatic. We need help. Either you're part of this family or you're not." That last line stuck with me. Either you're part of this family or you're not. It was a threat. Not veiled, not subtle, just a blunt instrument of emotional blackmail. The kind of statement someone makes when they think they still have power over you. But they didn't, because I wasn't that same version of Aaron anymore. Still, part of me kept waiting for the next move. And it came sooner than expected. I was out for groceries when I noticed someone following me. It wasn't anything obvious at first. Just a man lingering a little too long in each aisle I visited. I'd never seen him before. A wiry guy in his late 30s, buzz cut, bland clothing, the kind of forgettable face you'd walk past a dozen times and never clock. But the third time, I turned down a row and saw him there staring at cereal. He clearly wasn't buying. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I paid in cash, left quickly, took a different route home, and didn't go straight to the cabin. I doubled back, checked for tails. Old habits from a paranoid uncle who used to be in the service. I never thought I'd need them. Eventually, I made it back, locked the doors, sat down, heart pounding just a little harder than I wanted to admit. That night, I checked all my security cams. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I changed my passwords again. I shut off the main Wi-Fi, moved money into a different account. Something was coming. I could feel it. And I was right, because the next morning, a knock came at the door. But this time, it wasn't family. It was a man in a gray suit, and he was holding paperwork. I opened the door cautiously, not fully swinging it out. The man in the gray suit looked official in the way people do when they want to be taken seriously more than they want to be understood. Mid-40s, sharp eyes, holding a leather folder in one hand and a business card in the other. "Mr. Aaron Caldwell?" he asked, even though he was clearly sure. I didn't answer right away. My instincts were coiled tight. "I represent the law firm of Kessler and Tate. I'm here on behalf of your family." He extended the folder toward me. I didn't take it. "My family hired a lawyer? They filed a claim," he said with no sign of discomfort. "They're alleging financial abandonment along with unlawful withdrawal of familial support." I actually laughed out loud. Couldn't help it. "Is that even a thing?" He gave a small lawyerly shrug. "They believe they have grounds for civil damages, claiming you had a long-established pattern of financial care and that your abrupt absence caused measurable harm." Now, I did take the folder more out of disbelief than curiosity. I flipped through the documents. There was in black and white Nate's name, my parents, statements about decades of care, unspoken familial agreement, and dereliction of duty to dependent. They were suing me for not paying their bills. The lawyer gave me a moment. "You're not obligated to respond now," he said, "but the court date is listed. You'll want representation." "I'm not obligated to do anything," I muttered, handing the folder back. "Tell them I'll see them in court." He gave a professional nod, turned, and left. I stood there for a while, motionless, the morning wind curling around me like a warning. So this was their endgame, not a conversation, not an apology, litigation. I knew then that this had to end. Not just legally, not just with a counter lawsuit. It had to end completely. They had shown me who they were, who they'd always been, and now they were giving me the gift of clarity. I'd spent most of my adult life believing that love meant sacrifice, that family meant endurance. But they had made it clear. To them, love meant control and family meant obedience. And I was done. I didn't waste time. I hired a lawyer of my own. A sharp, no-nonsense woman with a background in family law and a distaste for emotional blackmail. After she read through their case, she actually rolled her eyes and said, "You've got to be kidding me. This wouldn't hold up in a reality TV court, let alone a real one." Still, we prepared. We documented everything. Every wire transfer, every receipt, every text from Nate asking for money, every bank statement showing the mortgage payments that had come out of my account. We created a full timeline. 7 years of quiet, steady financial support, all backed up with evidence. Not because I needed to defend myself morally, I already knew I'd done more than my share, but because we needed to shut this down so thoroughly they'd never dare try it again. 2 months later, we stood in front of a judge. They actually showed up, all 3 of them. My father looked thinner than I remembered, but still held his head high, that same steel in his eyes. My mother looked tired, worn down. Nate? He looked smug, like he thought this was his golden ticket. I wondered if he was already mentally spending whatever payout he thought was coming. The courtroom was quiet as the judge leafed through the case file. Then Ree stood. She didn't hold back. "Your Honor," she said, "the plaintiff's claim hinges on an idea that familial obligation equals legal responsibility. That's simply because my client provided support willingly without condition. He is now financially and legally bound to continue doing so. But there is no contract, no agreement, no power of attorney, no co-signed loans. Just decades of generosity repaid with entitlement." She submitted our documentation, over 100 pages. When it was my father's turn, he tried to frame it emotionally. "Your Honor, this isn't just about money. It's about betrayal. My son was a pillar in our family. He disappeared without warning, leaving us to pick up the pieces." Ree stood again. "And where exactly was this sense of family when Mr. Caldwell was told on his birthday that he wouldn't be missed if he vanished?" My father tried to speak again, but the judge raised a hand. "I've seen enough." He looked directly at my parents. "I'm dismissing the case with prejudice. Mr. Caldwell has no legal obligation to support you. Financial generosity does not equal legal duty. And frankly, this court is disturbed by the manipulation at the heart of this case." Then he turned to me. "Mr. Caldwell, I hope you understand that walking away was your right." I nodded once. "I do now." As the gavel came down, the sound echoed like a final door slamming shut. Outside the courtroom, they tried one last time. My mom rushed after me. "Aaron, wait, please. We didn't know it would come to this. We were just scared." I turned, looked at her. At the woman who once made me soup when I was sick, who kissed my forehead goodnight when I was 7, and who sat silently while I was told I wouldn't be missed. "I believe you," I said. "But being scared doesn't justify what you did. It never did." Nate opened his mouth, but I raised a hand. "Don't. Just don't." I walked away. That was over a year ago. Since then, I've rebuilt my life on my terms. I still live in the same cabin, still hike those trails. I started teaching coding part-time online and finally finished that book I always said I'd write. It's not about revenge or family. It's about freedom and finding out who you are when no one else is telling you. I haven't heard from them since. Sometimes I think about that birthday dinner. The laughter, the smugness, the way they treated my existence as disposable. And then I think about now. The silence, the peace. They were right in a way. I did disappear, and not one of them truly missed me. But I don't miss them either. And that, more than anything, tells me I made the right choice. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I never imagined my brother would be the person to make me question everything I thought about family. But here I was, standing in the middle of his fancy birthday dinner, completely humiliated in front of a room full of people. My name is Jake, and I'm 27. I've always been the guy who gets called when things go wrong. You need money? Call Jake. Your car is broken? Jake will fix it. Stressed about a life decision? Ask Jake for advice. I never minded being the dependable one. I liked it. Felt good to be needed, to know I was helping out my family. But this was the point where it all went wrong. It all started when Matt, my older brother, turned 30. Matt and I were close growing up, but the older we got, the more distant we became. He married Lisa 2 years ago, and since then, things have felt different. I guess it was just the natural progression of things. He had a wife, his own life, and I was left to support him in every way possible. I didn't mind. I wasn't expecting anything in return. After all, we were family. This birthday party was supposed to be a nice way to celebrate Matt's big 3-0. So, when he invited me, I agreed without hesitation. A few weeks before, Lisa sent me an invitation, and I didn't think much of it at the time. But as the day approached, I started getting uneasy. There were subtle things Matt had said, little offhand comments here and there that made me realize how much I had been taken for granted. "Jake, could you help me out with the party arrangements? You know how I am with planning these things," Matt had said a week before the dinner. I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. "Sure," I said. "I'll help out. What do you need?" "Well, if you could cover the catering deposit, that'd be great. I'll pay you back when I get paid." He'd replied as casually as if I'd asked to borrow a book. No problem, I thought. I transferred the money and everything went ahead. But as the days wore on, I began to feel a gnawing sense of discomfort. It wasn't just the money. It was the way Matt acted, as if I was some kind of tool, someone to be used for favors. But I told myself, it's his birthday. Just suck it up and enjoy the night. The day of the party arrived, and I got dressed in a nice suit, picked up a high-end gift for Matt, a smartwatch I knew he'd been eyeing for months, and drove over to the venue. It was a beautiful restaurant, the kind that had dim lighting, polished wood floors, and chandeliers that made everything look more expensive than it actually was. I arrived early, hoping to settle in before things got too chaotic. But as I walked inside, I immediately noticed something off. The first thing that caught my attention was the seating arrangement. It was elaborate tables arranged in a way that looked like a scene from a wedding, complete with name cards for everyone. There were multiple long tables, each beautifully set, but no one had arrived yet. I looked for my name card. It wasn't there. My stomach dropped. I checked again, scanning each table more carefully, trying to ignore the growing unease in my chest. But there was nothing. Panic started creeping in, and I tried to keep my face neutral. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe they just hadn't put it out yet. So, I stood by the bar, waiting, hoping for someone to show up and explain it away. The room slowly began to fill with guests, friends of Matt and Lisa, distant relatives, and a few coworkers of theirs. Still, no one approached me. Then I saw Lisa. She was talking to a few people near the front, laughing and being the perfect hostess. Her smile never reached her eyes, and that uneasy feeling in my gut grew. I walked up to her, trying to keep my voice calm. "Hey, Lisa, is there a mistake with the seating?" I asked, trying to keep the tone light. She turned, her face lighting up at the sight of me. "Oh, Jake, you're here. That's great," she said a little too enthusiastically. "Yeah, seating's a little tight. We had to make some adjustments." I smiled, though my insides were starting to churn. "Yeah, but I don't see a place card for me." Her expression shifted for a moment, just a flicker, but it was enough for me to notice. She hesitated before speaking. "Well, we were trying to prioritize the close family and the important guests, you know," she said, her voice taking on that syrupy sweet tone I was starting to despise. "We made some changes at the last minute, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a seat for you." I nodded, trying to keep my cool. I wasn't going to make a scene yet, but as I turned to look around, my eyes caught something I didn't expect. There at the very front of the room was Matt, sitting with Lisa and a few of their friends, laughing and enjoying himself. He was sitting with all the important guests, all of them in fancy suits and dresses, completely oblivious to the discomfort starting to bubble up inside me. I felt a sting in my chest. I was family. Why wasn't I sitting with them? I turned back to Lisa, feeling the anger rising now. "Lisa, what do you mean by important guests? I'm his brother. Shouldn't I be sitting with the family?" She blinked, clearly caught off guard by my directness. "Oh well," she said, her voice trailing off. "We had to make some decisions. You know how these things go. We had to have a balance." I felt my hands start to shake. A balance, I repeated, my voice thick with frustration. So, you couldn't find a place for me at the main table, but you've got room for all of Matt's coworkers and their plus ones? Lisa's smile faltered, but she quickly recovered. Jake, please don't take it personally. It's just a seating arrangement. You're still part of the evening. I couldn't take it anymore. This is ridiculous. I snapped, my voice louder now. A few heads turned in my direction. I've done everything for you too. I loaned Matt money when he needed it. I co-signed on your mortgage. I've done everything to help you two out, and this is how you repay me. Lisa's eyes widened. Jake, calm down. It's not that big of a deal. I took a deep breath, trying to control my anger, but the words had already escaped and I couldn't take them back. Yeah, you're right. It's not a big deal. Just like I'm not a big deal, right? That's when Matt spoke up, his voice laced with annoyance. Jake, stop making a scene, he said, his tone cold. You're being dramatic. Just sit down and enjoy the party. This angered me. I'm being dramatic? I repeated, stepping closer to the table now, in full view of everyone. You know what's dramatic, Matt? Treating your own brother like an afterthought. Like I'm some kind of charity case you can call whenever you need help. But you can't even make room for me at your birthday dinner. The room fell silent. Everyone was watching now. Matt and Lisa looked at each other, their faces turning a shade of red I'd never seen before. And that's when I knew I wasn't leaving until I got what I deserved. The tension in the room thickened like fog, and I could feel every single pair of eyes on me. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was hurt, and there was no turning back from it. Matt leaned back in his chair, looking at me like I had just ruined his entire evening. Lisa looked more uncomfortable than I'd ever seen her, shifting in her seat, her eyes darting from me to Matt, like she was trying to figure out whether to side with me or not. But Matt, he wasn't backing down. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, trying to put on that air of authority like he had everything under control. I could feel my hands tightening into fists at my sides. I had spent years supporting him, helping him, putting up with his laziness. And yet, here I was, standing alone in a room full of people I hardly knew, excluded from the very family I had always tried to help. You know what? I said, the words coming out through gritted teeth. I've done more for you than anyone ever has. I've been the one you've leaned on when you needed a hand. And now for this birthday you can't even be bothered to treat me like family. I'm not even close family enough to get a seat at the table. The sarcasm in my voice was biting. I was done playing nice. Lisa's face flushed with embarrassment, but it was Matt who spoke next, his voice low and sharp. Jake, you're acting like a child. Just sit down. Okay? This is ridiculous. I didn't even blink. I'm not sitting down. Not until I get the respect I deserve. You're treating me like I'm not even part of this family, and I'm done with it. The whole room was now silent. The laughter and clinking of glasses replaced by this heavy, suffocating quiet. People were whispering behind their hands, glancing nervously at each other, unsure of how to react. I could see a few people trying to avoid eye contact, clearly uncomfortable with the scene I was causing. I didn't care. I wasn't doing this for them. I was doing it for me. Matt's face twisted in frustration. Look, I get it. Okay, you're upset, but you're making a spectacle of yourself. You're embarrassing me. I could feel my pulse quicken, and I took a deep breath to steady myself. It would have been so easy to turn around and leave, to say something snarky and storm out of there. But I wasn't going to give him that satisfaction. I wasn't going to let him walk away thinking that he could just dismiss me like he had done so many times before. I wanted him to know exactly what he had done. No, Matt, I said slowly, letting each word settle into the air. You're embarrassing yourself. You spent your whole life using me. I've been there for you through everything. And all I get is being shoved in the back of the room like an afterthought. I looked at him, really looked at him. My brother, the person who for so long I thought I would always be there for, no matter what. But as the words spilled out, I realized something. I didn't want to be this person anymore. I didn't want to be the person who let people walk all over me. I've been your safety net for years, Matt. But you know what? I'm done. Lisa's mouth opened like she was about to say something, but I wasn't going to let her interrupt me. Not this time. You're selfish, Matt, I continued, my voice now cutting through the tension. And that's the reason I'm not going to sit here and pretend this is okay. You don't respect me, and clearly you don't care. So you can forget about me continuing to help you when you need it. You don't get that from me anymore. His face went white, but it wasn't the kind of reaction I was hoping for. It was pure anger that flashed in his eyes. You're threatening me now? He said, his voice rising. I'm not threatening you, I shot back. I'm setting a boundary, and I'm done letting you walk all over me. There was a long pause, the kind of silence that was heavy with all the unspoken words we had never said to each other. It was like everything had come to a head in that moment. For a second, I thought maybe I had overdone it. Maybe I had taken things too far. But as I looked around at the guests in the room, I realized I didn't care about their opinions. I didn't care about Matt's embarrassment. What mattered now was me. Matt finally broke the silence. You're making a huge mistake. His voice was low, more dangerous than before. I'm your brother. You think I need you? I didn't say anything, just looked him dead in the eye. He was trying to manipulate me, and it was pathetic. He had always leaned on me, always knew I'd be there. And now that I was finally standing up for myself, he couldn't handle it. Lisa's face was pale now, a mix of shock and discomfort. Matt, she said quietly, maybe you should just calm down and… No, Lisa, let him speak. Let him get it all out. I cut her off. Because I'm done. No more favors. No more loans. No more doing your dirty work. You two want to treat me like I'm invisible? Fine. I'll just start acting like it. I could see it in Matt's eyes now. The fear, the realization that he had pushed me too far. The man who had always relied on me for everything was suddenly starting to see the consequences of taking me for granted. Felt good. Felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. But the night wasn't over yet, and the real turning point was just around the corner. Matt hasn't reached out, but neither has anyone else in the family. It's like they've all sided with him. There's this sort of unspoken understanding that I was in the wrong. I see them posting on social media all the pictures from the birthday dinner, and I just scroll past. I've learned the hard way that family can be toxic, just like anyone else. And just because we are related doesn't mean I owe anyone my time or loyalty when they don't treat me with respect. I don't know if Matt is even aware of how much he messed up. Part of me wants him to come to me and apologize. But another part of me knows that if he hasn't figured it out by now, then maybe it's not even worth it. Maybe I've spent so many years trying to be the bigger person that I forgot to value myself in the process. Since then, I've been doing better. I've had more time for myself, for the things that matter to me. I've been reconnecting with friends I'd lost touch with, and I've focused on personal goals. It's like this weight has been lifted. Sure, it's tough not having the relationship with my brother that I thought I would. But at the same time, I feel more free, more me. And you know what? That smartwatch that I took back, I ended up keeping it. It's mine now. And every time I look at it, I feel this small sense of pride. Not because it's expensive or anything, but because it's a reminder that I finally took a stand for myself. And in a strange way, it's kind of my symbol of reclaiming my life. So here I am now, thinking about whether I did the right thing. Was I too harsh? Or did I finally draw a line in the sand that needed to be drawn? Honestly, I don't know. Now on to the next story. Story 6. When I crashed my car, the paramedics called my family. Nobody showed. An hour later, my brother posted, "Road trip with the real crew." I stayed silent. 4 days later, still bruised and bandaged. My phone lit up. 41 missed calls and one request on Venmo. $3,100 for the cabin weekend. Everyone's chipping in. Then a message from Mom. "Call back. It's urgent. We can't fix this without you." I got angry, and the day I crashed my car was the day I finally saw my family for who they really were. I hadn't even planned to be on the road that morning. I was supposed to fly back from Denver after a 3-day client conference, but Luke called me the night before asking if I could send him some money for a weekend cabin trip he wanted to take with our sisters and a few friends. He made it sound urgent. Something about needing to book before midnight or losing the deal. He didn't have enough on his card. He said I'd get paid back by Monday. I didn't even hesitate. I told him I'd cover it again. That's just how it worked with my family. They called, I answered, always. The problem was, the money I sent left me just short for a next-day flight. So, I figured I'd drive home through the night instead. I didn't tell anyone that part. No point. They never really asked about the details of my life anyway. I left Denver around midnight. The highways were slick from a light snow that had melted earlier and then frozen over again. About 40 minutes from home, I hit a stretch of black ice near a curve, and that was it. A semi ahead of me lost control, jackknifed across the road. I tried to brake, swerved left too hard, and the wheels lost grip. I spun, hit the guardrail, then flipped. The airbag saved me, probably, but it felt like my insides had been crushed. I remember the metallic taste in my mouth, my ears ringing, and paramedics pulling me out through the passenger side. They cut off my jacket. I asked if the truck driver was okay, but I don't remember their answer. Everything blurred. I passed out. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed, tubes in my arm, ribs cracked, wrist fractured, arm stitched. The whole right side of my body felt like it had been worked over with a hammer. The nurse told me I was lucky, said I'd probably be kept for observation a few more days. I asked if anyone had come. She checked the chart, said the paramedics called all my emergency contacts at the scene. Messages were left. Still, no one showed. I waited. I stared at the ceiling for hours, checking my phone every few minutes. Battery down to 12%. No texts, no missed calls. Then, around 9:30 a.m., my brother posted on Instagram a photo of him, my sisters Erin and Michelle, and my parents crammed into the SUV, holding up energy drinks and grinning like they were about to hit Coachella. The caption said, "Road trip with the real crew." It had been posted less than an hour after my crash. I read it 3 times, kept checking the timestamp, thinking maybe it had been posted earlier, and just refreshed. It wasn't. They knew. They knew I'd been in a crash. They knew where I was, and they left anyway. Packed up and hit the road like I didn't exist. And that's when something inside me changed. Not with fireworks, not with rage, just a snap. Like a rope pulled too tight, finally giving way. For years, I'd been the one holding everything together. I was the fallback, the helper, the guy who paid for the family beach rentals, the college textbooks, the emergency dental work. I'd send money for bills one week and cover a vacation the next. They always said thank you, but never asked how I was doing. I didn't even expect it anymore. I just kept giving. And when I needed someone, not for money, not for help, just to be there, they weren't. They chose a cabin weekend over their brother in a hospital bed. I stayed silent. I didn't respond to the post. Didn't message anyone. Just lay there in that bed, bruised and bandaged, letting it settle. I thought maybe, just maybe, someone would reach out later. They didn't. Not that day. Not the next. Not until 4 days later when my phone lit up with 41 missed calls and a Venmo request for $3,100 labeled Cabin Weekend. Everyone's chipping in. And right under that, a message from my mom. Call back. It's urgent. We can't fix this without you. That was the moment I stopped being their safety net. And I haven't looked back since. I didn't respond. Not to the Venmo request, not to the calls, and definitely not to the message from my mom that read, "Call back. It's urgent. We can't fix this without you." I just stared at my phone, still lying in the hospital bed, ribs taped, still in pain. That message made something click in my brain, but not in the way she probably meant it to. I realized she wasn't calling because something had happened to me. She was calling because something had gone wrong for them. They needed me again, and that was urgent. My crash, the fact that I was alone in the ER for days, didn't qualify. When they finally discharged me the next day, I was still limping. They asked if I had someone to pick me up. I said no. I didn't even pretend to check. I ordered a rideshare and let the driver talk the entire way while I said nothing. I looked out the window and let the silence stretch. My apartment felt different when I stepped in, like a place I hadn't really seen in years. It was clean, quiet, everything exactly where I left it. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall for 10 minutes, still wearing my hospital wristband. I could feel every bruise, every cracked rib, and yet, The only thing that really hurt was the silence from the people I had spent my life protecting. I slept better that night than I had in years. The next morning I made a list. Not a dramatic, revenge-fueled list, just a simple, honest one. Left column. Every monthly payment I make for someone in my family. My mom's medication. My dad's half of the mortgage. Aaron's graduate school loan. Michelle's car lease. Luke's temporary credit card debt that I'd been covering for 19 months. Subscription services, gym memberships, utilities, Netflix, everything. I added it up. $2,780 per month. And that was just the recurring stuff. Right column. Names of people who had checked in during the hospital stay. 3 names. My grandmother, who called every night since she found out. My Uncle Keith, who offered to drive across state lines to pick me up if I needed help. And Brian, a coworker I barely spoke to outside of meetings, who sent me a voice message saying if I needed food, he'd have some dropped off. No questions asked. No one else. Not my mom, not my dad, not my sisters, not Luke. I sat with the list for a while. Then I opened my banking app and started canceling one by one. I shut off every automatic transfer. I unsubscribed them from everything they didn't pay for. I removed myself from shared family plans. I ended the cable at my parents' house, canceled Michelle's gym pass, pulled the plug on the electric bill Luke had conveniently forgotten was in my name. I didn't send any messages. No warning, no drama. That afternoon, Luke messaged again. Said the cabin trip had gone a bit over budget and that I probably missed the Venmo request. He added a laughing emoji like this was some inside joke between us. Said he'd appreciate the payment soon, just so everyone's even. I left it on read. Later, Michelle called. I ignored it. Then Aaron, then my mom, my dad. 10 missed calls by dinner. The next morning, my mom texted again. What's going on? You know, we've always been there for each other. I stared at the message and felt something I hadn't let myself feel in a long time. Clarity. They believed that. They really did. They thought this whole thing had been equal. That me constantly putting out fires while they danced through life was just family helping family. That me draining my savings to keep them comfortable was what older brothers, sons, and uncles were supposed to do. But I finally understood something they never had to think about. They didn't need me. They needed what I gave them. And now they didn't have it. For the first time, they were going to have to figure it out on their own. And I was going to sit back and watch. It took less than 48 hours for the cracks to start showing. Luke was the first to break. He texted me the next morning, pretending nothing was wrong, just a casual, "Yo, can you spot me $150 until Friday?" Message like we hadn't just gone radio silent after a car crash. I didn't answer. 5 minutes later, he texted again. "Okay. Seriously, did I do something? Just let me know, man." Still nothing from me. By that evening, I got the first real attempt at guilt. Aaron sent a group text. "Hey, we need to talk. This family's falling apart." Like I was the glue that had stopped sticking. Like their world was crumbling because I dared to say nothing. Then Michelle called. This time she left a voicemail. Her voice was calm. A little too calm, like she rehearsed it. Said she wasn't sure what was going on, but hoped I knew how much everyone loves me. She ended it with, "We're all stressed right now. Just call us. We'll figure it out like always." That was the phrase that did it. Like always. Because, yeah, we always figured it out. But by we, they meant me. I figured it out when Dad's business nearly folded and I took a second job to cover their mortgage. I figured it out when Erin totaled her car and needed a replacement to finish school. I figured it out when Michelle wanted to study abroad and couldn't miss the opportunity. I was always the fix, not the person, not the brother or the son, just the solution. That week, everything kept unraveling. My mom sent a long message 2 days later full of passive lines like, "I don't know why you're punishing us, and this isn't how families treat each other." No mention of the accident. No mention of the hospital, just frustration that I was changing. Then the money problem started surfacing. Michelle's car payment bounced. She texted me screenshots of the overdue notice. Said she thought there was a mistake with the automatic transfer. I ignored it. Aaron emailed me. Not texted, emailed. Asking if I could please reinstate the loan payment just for this month. She framed it as temporary again. It always was. Then came my dad. He called 3 times in a row, then left a message that wasn't angry or even confused, just tired. Said the mortgage payment hadn't gone through and that if something had changed, I should have been man enough to say so. Man enough. He wanted a conversation. But where was that conversation 4 days ago when I was bleeding in a trauma ward? That's when I knew they weren't sorry. They weren't reaching out because they realized what they'd done. They were reaching out because their comfort had been interrupted. It wasn't me they missed. It was the version of me that always said yes. I started getting calls from unfamiliar numbers. First, I thought they were spam. Then I realized Erin had given my number to one of her classmates. She wanted them to help talk some sense into me. Michelle had her friend message me on Instagram saying I was hurting everyone. Luke posted a cryptic story about how some people only show their true colors when they stopped needing you. It was bizarre, surreal, like they had all agreed I was broken because I stopped playing my role. Then my grandmother called again. She asked how I was healing. Said she had a pot of soup in the freezer if I wanted it. Never once asked about the money or the fallout. Just wanted to know if I needed anything. Same with Uncle Keith. He sent me a prepaid grocery delivery and said to rest up. The contrast was blinding. And that's when I started to feel it. Not just anger, but power. For the first time in my life, I wasn't being used. I wasn't being manipulated. I was in control of who I let in, who got access. And one by one, the doors were closing. The panic from my family was just beginning. And I wasn't even close to done. By the end of the week, I stopped counting the missed calls. They weren't slowing down. They were multiplying. Michelle called 10 times in one morning. Erin emailed again, this time copying our dad. Luke tried tagging me in an old photo on Facebook with the caption, "Family sticks together, even when it's hard." It was like they were all trying to bait a reaction. Any reaction. I gave them none. Instead, I focused on something they hadn't yet remembered. The family business. I'd been running it behind the scenes for years. My dad started it, a mid-sized remodeling company that stayed afloat because I kept the books clean, negotiated supplier contracts, and handled the licenses and legal messes. My parents played the front-facing roles, but without me, it was a stack of cards balancing on trust and old habits. I built the structure. I kept it profitable, and I owned the LLC, quietly transferred to me 5 years ago when my dad needed a personal loan and couldn't get one from a bank. They never read the fine print. I didn't think I'd ever use that leverage. I had kept things running because I wanted them to succeed, because I thought we were a team. But after the accident, after their silence, their selfishness, and the wave of entitled messages, it was time to shift things. I didn't make a public announcement. I didn't call a meeting. I just logged into the back-end systems, paused the company's accounts payable, revoked admin access for every family member, and updated the website to reflect a new message. Operations paused under restructure. Then I emailed the suppliers directly, the electricians, drywall guys, cabinet wholesalers, and told them payments would resume shortly under a new structure. I was professional, calm, cold even. I knew it wouldn't take long for the fallout to hit. By the next afternoon, my dad called 7 times. Then my mom. She left a voicemail this time. Emotional, not angry, just panicked. Said the team had shown up for a project that morning and no one could access the client files. Said a supplier called about a hold. She ended with, "What's happening? Please, this isn't like you." But it was exactly like me. The me they never took seriously. 2 hours later, I got an unexpected call from my cousin Kyle. We hadn't spoken in almost a year. He was always the quiet one at gatherings, never got involved in family messes. He said, "Hey, I know things are messy right now, but good for you. Seriously, I saw what they did after your crash. They knew and they left anyway." I asked how he knew. He told me something I hadn't expected. Apparently, Luke had posted a story on the way to the cabin. A clip in the car where Erin literally says, "Well, he's in the hospital. What are we going to do? Sit around and cry?" Followed by laughter. Kyle saw it before it got deleted. A few people in the extended family did. It wasn't just silence. They mocked it. That hit different. I sat with that one for a while. I thought their absence was neglect, but it was worse. It was dismissal. The next morning I finalized the change. The company would continue, but without them. I filed paperwork to change the official address, froze all payroll access except my own, and scheduled a new meeting with a small crew I trusted. A few guys who'd stuck around even during slow seasons. I offered them contracts, better ones I used to save for my family. Let my parents and siblings figure it out. Later that evening, Luke sent one more message. You're overreacting. You're going to burn the whole family down over one bad weekend. I didn't reply, but I wanted to say it wasn't one bad weekend. It was every single one you asked me to carry. And the first when I needed you, you left. They still didn't understand what was really happening. But they were about to learn. And not because I wanted revenge, but because for once they were going to feel what it meant to stand on their own or fall. The fallout came fast, but not loud. It was like a quiet unraveling that got messier with every hour. I hadn't planned on checking in on them, but updates kept finding me. Contractors I'd worked with for years were forwarding me frantic messages from my dad. His tone was all over the place. One moment polite, the next threatening. He was demanding supplier access, asking why the accounts were frozen, claiming it was a glitch. Some of the guys just laughed and sent me screenshots. One wrote back, "Didn't know your old man was such a talker. Thought you handled all the real stuff." He was right. Luke, of course, took a different route. He started posting vague story updates. One showed the company van parked at the edge of the driveway with the caption, "When you give your whole life to something just to get blindsided," as if I hadn't kept him employed through at least 5 of his burnout career phases. The last job he had before working for the family business lasted 6 weeks, and I helped him get that one, too. Then Erin messaged me again. She tried to come in soft, said she knew things were weird, but hoped I could front her tuition just one last time, and that she talked to Mom and everyone was ready to apologize. She even added, "We were just overwhelmed during the trip. No one knew how serious your crash was." I didn't respond because I'd heard her say it on video. I hadn't told anyone I'd seen the clip Kyle mentioned, the one Luke posted briefly during their drive to the cabin where Erin literally laughed and said, "Well, he's in the hospital. What are we going to do? Sit around and cry?" I found it saved in a screen recording someone else had taken. It circulated in our extended family chat briefly before getting pulled down. They joked, mocked, then drove off without a second thought. I didn't say a word about it, but it was there in the back of my mind every time I looked at a new message pretending to care. Then something unexpected happened. My mom showed up alone. She didn't call ahead, just rang the buzzer at my building around 8 p.m. I saw her on the security feed standing there holding what looked like a tin of food and one of those soft grocery bags filled with what I guessed were freezer meals. She stood like she used to at the end of parent-teacher nights. Quiet, unsure what mood she was walking into. I debated not answering. I was tired. My ribs still ached. But curiosity won. I buzzed her in. She didn't say anything right away. Just placed the bag on the counter like she'd done it 1,000 times before. Then, finally, "I didn't come to talk you into anything. I just didn't want your freezer to be empty." We stood in silence. Then she asked, "Are you going to leave us behind for good?" I said, "I already did. You just didn't notice." She didn't cry, didn't argue. She nodded slowly, like she had expected that answer, but hoped I'd say something else. Then she left. And for a moment, I actually believed that might be the end of it. But it wasn't. 3 days later, I got a letter. Not an email, a real letter in an envelope with my name handwritten on the front. It was from my grandmother. Inside, a simple note. "You've done the right thing, even if it feels heavy. I've been watching this for years. I knew it would come to this eventually. Just don't forget to leave space for peace when you're ready." Taped to the bottom was a folded check for $3,100. The same amount they'd requested from me for the cabin weekend. The check wasn't from guilt. It wasn't even a message. It was just her way of saying, "You don't owe them. They owe you. And I know which side I'm on." I didn't cash it. Still haven't. But I kept it because for the first time in years I wasn't alone. And that mattered more than anything. By the 3rd week, the noise stopped. The texts that used to come every morning. The missed calls, the frantic voicemails, the half-hearted apologies. They all just disappeared. At first, I thought maybe it was a pause, one of those guilt-based silences that comes before a new wave of manipulation. But it wasn't. It was surrender. They finally got it. I wasn't coming back. There was no version of this where I returned to the same place in the family structure. No more fixer. No more backup plan. No more unpaid emotional labor packaged as love. Whatever image they had of me, the steady one, the helper, the guy who always showed up when it counted, it was gone. Because when it counted for me, they weren't there. The company kept going. Smaller, cleaner, healthier. I kept only the crew that worked hard, showed up, and didn't expect shortcuts. It was slower at first, but more honest. I handed over field operations to two of the guys I trusted and focused on strategy and finance, the parts one actually liked. I got offers from other firms to consult, started building something for myself, not for the family, for me. I didn't make an announcement. I didn't burn down their house or send a dramatic message. I just walked away. Luke ended up working the night shift at a fulfillment center out by the freeway. He told one of the drywall guys I used to manage that it was just a placeholder, but I knew better. That was the job now. No more backdoor handouts. No more work van. No more under-the-table pay. Just reality. Erin pulled out of grad school, sent out a post on social media about taking a mental health break. Her old professor reached out to me for a recommendation, not realizing what happened. I didn't reply. Michelle quietly sold her car and moved back in with my parents. They pretended it was temporary, like everything else. The kind of temporary that turns into a year. As for my mom, she tried again one more time, a text around 9 p.m. on a Sunday night. Said she'd been thinking about everything. Said it was strange not hearing from me. Told me the family dinners weren't the same and asked if I'd consider dropping by one day soon. I stared at the message for a long time. Not because I was tempted, but because for the first time I didn't feel anything. No anger, no sadness. Just a kind of stillness I hadn't felt in years. Like I was standing outside a house I used to live in. One that never really felt like home, and realizing I didn't miss it. I never really had. I didn't answer. I went out the next day and bought a plane ticket to Oregon. A place I'd always wanted to visit, but never had time for. I rented a cabin alone and spent a week surrounded by trees, fog, and total quiet. No favors, no obligations, no one asking for anything. And for the first time, I felt what it was like to exist for myself, not as a support system, not as a bank, just as me. I still talk to my grandmother, still visit Uncle Keith now and then. They never brought up the family split. They didn't have to. They saw it happen in slow motion over the years, just like I did. My grandmother still sends cards, sometimes with notes, sometimes with checks. She knows I won't cash them. Just gestures that mean something. That's what real love looks like. People say family is everything. But they never talk about what happens when your family is the thing holding you back. When love comes with conditions, when loyalty is one-sided. I had to crash literally to finally see it. And I'm not angry anymore. I'm not waiting for apologies. I'm not hoping for change. They've got their lives. I've got mine. The difference is I built mine on truth and peace. They built theirs on borrowed time, and I'm no longer the one paying for it. Now on to the next story. Story 7. They told me they were keeping it tight this year, but my card paid for a 14-person villa, catering, and group excursions. I didn't say a word. I just hit dispute all, locked the travel account, and flagged the card. At the airport, security service held them back. My dad texted, "Our boarding passes are rejected." I replied, "Maybe try tightening the guest list." The next day, my dad's lawyer called me 15 times in a row. They told me they'd be saving money this year. That was their exact phrase. That was the lie they gave me, like it was some small, forgettable detail. 3 weeks later, my credit card got hit with a $4,039 charge from a luxury travel agency. 7 nights in Cancun, 14 guests, group excursions, private chef, paid in full. I didn't call. I didn't scream. I didn't even ask why. I just sat down, opened my laptop, and calmly clicked dispute everything, flagged the card, locked my travel account, and turned off notifications. 15 minutes later, I got a text from my father. Our boarding passes have been rejected. We're being held up by airport security. What the hell is going on? I replied, maybe try shortening the guest list. And that was it. But if you want to understand how we got here, you have to understand what kind of people they are and what kind of idiot I've been. A month earlier, I got a promotion at work. It wasn't SEAL-level money, but it came with a title bump and a pretty generous raise. I kept it quiet until my cousin Rebecca's birthday party. I only mentioned it when my uncle asked how things were going. By dessert, the whole family knew. And not just knew, they had ideas. My mom pulled me aside and said how proud she was, how I'd really made it. My dad slapped me on the back and asked if I was finally ready to contribute more. I knew where it was heading, so I shut it down. I told them I wouldn't be joining the family vacation this summer. I needed time to recharge, maybe travel alone. My mom smiled and said, "That's okay. We'll be saving money this year anyway." That sentence stuck with me, the tone of it, the weird finality. Turns out they meant they'd be saving their money, not mine. 3 days after the party, I got hit with that $4,000 charge. Then a second one. Meals, villa amenities, a snorkeling turf for 14. I pulled up the itinerary and saw every last detail, dates, names, reservations. Not one thing included me. That's when it clicked. During the party, I'd left my wallet on the kitchen counter while helping clean up. They didn't steal the card. They memorized the number, took photos, waited a few days, then they went on a shopping spree, assuming I wouldn't notice until it was too late. They assumed wrong. I nuked everything from orbit, disputed the charges, locked the account, canceled the bookings, changed my passwords. I even contacted the villa directly and warned them about potential fraud. They were surprisingly helpful considering what happened next was delicious. I guess they were already at the airport when the cancellation hit. I can just imagine them walking up to the desk with sunglasses and straw hats, trying to act like royalty, only to be told their tickets didn't exist anymore. I got my dad's text when they were already being pulled aside by airport security. That's when I sent my reply, maybe try shortening the guest list. I turned my phone off and went to bed early that night. Slept like a stone. The next morning, I woke up to 15 missed calls, all from the same number. My father's lawyer. I didn't call back. Not right away. I knew exactly what this was about. See, 3 years ago, my dad had given me his old car after he bought a new one. It wasn't some grand gesture. He was going to trade it in but figured I could use it more than the dealership would. Now, suddenly, it was being reclassified as a loan. When I finally answered, the lawyer didn't waste time. He said my father was seeking the return of the vehicle, citing lack of familiar reciprocity and a breakdown of trust. I could almost hear my dad dictating it word for word from across the room. I said, fine, they could have the car. I'd leave the keys on the porch because I was done. No more guilt, no more manipulation, no more pretending. But this wasn't the end. They thought they'd won something that day. They had no idea the real vacation was just beginning. I dropped the car off that evening. Didn't even wait for anyone to come out of the house. Just parked it at the curb, locked the doors, left the keys in the mailbox, and walked away. I didn't owe them explanations, and honestly, I didn't care if they thought they'd gotten even. 2 days later, I got a message from my sister, Courtney. Seriously? You're giving away the car just to be dramatic? Grow up. I didn't reply. She was one of the names on the guest list right there in the travel itinerary between Rebecca, Double Room, and Uncle Jeff, Ocean View. She knew exactly what they were doing. The funny thing is I almost respected the move. It was bold, brazen. It just wasn't smart. They assumed I'd be too passive, too soft, too eager to keep the peace. What they didn't count on was me finally getting tired. I kept waiting for things to escalate. And sure enough, they did, but not the way I expected. 2 weeks after the vacation that never happened, I got a call from a friend of mine who works at a local credit union. He told me very casually that my father had just tried to take out a personal loan. Apparently, his business, which I use the term loosely for, had taken a hit. The loan was denied because his credit had dipped under 600. 3 days after that, my cousin Rebecca's Instagram went dark. She usually posts daily, so I checked her Facebook out of curiosity. Her engagement had been postponed, which if you know her means canceled. I wasn't celebrating yet, but I watched. My Aunt Melissa, one of the loudest voices during the whole Thomas is being selfish talk after the airport debacle, had been living rent-free in one of my grandfather's old duplexes. Guess who got a notice of eviction from the bank? That's right. My dad had used it as collateral on a business loan 2 years ago and never told her. Now she was crashing on Courtney's couch. The ripple effect was beginning, all without me lifting a finger. But I wasn't done. They thought karma had shown up early. What they didn't know was that I'd been planning something much more precise. Because if they were going to treat me like an outsider, I was going to show them what it really meant to be cut off. And the first move was already in play. Remember that car they wanted so badly? The one they reclaimed from me with legal backup? It was uninsured and it was about to cost them way more than they bargained for. A week after I gave them the car, I got an email from the DMV. Started out normal. Generic header, no urgency. But the second I opened it, I felt it coming. A traffic violation, 30 miles per hour over the speed limit, residential zone, automatic camera. The photo attached was grainy, but there was no mistaking it. My dad behind the wheel. Same gray hoodie he always wears, face dead center. It was addressed to me, of course, because they never changed the title. The registration was still in my name. I checked the date. 3 days after I left the car in their driveway. I went back through my emails and found the cancellation notice from my insurance company. I'd pulled the policy the same night I dropped the keys off. I'd wanted it to be clean, done, but now it was something better. Leverage. I contacted the DMV, filed a statement of non-ownership with all the backup, the lawyer's email, the texts, the timeline. I even attached the Facebook messages from Courtney mocking me for giving the car away. Within 48 hours, the ticket was reassigned. And with no proof of insurance on file, the DMV added a flag to the car's license plate. I didn't even have to make a call. It was now marked for impound if seen on the road. But this was just fallout. I still hadn't made a single intentional move. Yet 3 nights later, my mother broke the silence. Not with a call, not even a private message. A comment on a beach photo I posted, the first I'd uploaded since this all started. Just a quiet, simple picture of the ocean. She wrote, "I hope you're enjoying yourself while your family's falling apart." Like it was supposed to make me feel guilty. But I didn't feel guilty. I felt nothing. My dad made his move next. Not a phone call. He never does anything directly when he thinks he can manipulate a situation quietly. A friend of mine from work, Josh, texted me with a screenshot. Someone had messaged him on LinkedIn pretending to be a recruiter, asking questions about me, trying to dig. It didn't take much to connect the dots, the grammar, the phrasing, the dumb email handle. It was him. He was trying to poison the well. Subtle, desperate. Josh replied, pretending not to notice. Played along. Then CC'd me in a reply that ended with, "This kind of behavior is exactly why I never mix family in business." They were flailing. And that's when I finally decided to start. I'd been keeping a list for years. Not just of wrongs, those were easy to remember, but of leverage. Quiet things, little things, details they gave me, thinking I'd never use them. And sitting near the top of that list was Uncle Jeff. 3 years ago, he called me in a panic. His wife had left him for a guy she met online, and she'd done it right after draining their joint account. He had a DUI pending, a credit card maxed out, and an old gambling debt he'd hidden from everyone. He didn't want anyone to know. He asked me for $2,000 to cover his rent and told me he'd pay me back within 3 months. He never did. What he didn't know was that I kept everything. The Venmo receipts, the texts where he promised to pay me back by June. The email thread where he accidentally admitted the money wasn't for rent. It was to pay off someone named Lenny before they showed up at his job. I found Lenny, by the way. He runs a shady pawn shop 2 towns over. Still in business. So I made a phone call. Not to Lenny, not to Jeff, but to his HR department. An anonymous call, just a voice telling them they should run a background check again. Something about a DUI that might not have shown up the first time. Something about a false address on his job application. By the end of the week, Uncle Jeff was on administrative leave. My mom posted a cryptic Bible verse that night. "Do not be deceived. God is not mocked." For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. For once, I agreed with her, and I was just getting started. The next crack came from Courtney. She'd been riding high ever since she convinced our dad to co-sign her lease last year. Luxury apartment, downtown skyline view, infinity pool, and a rent way above what she could actually afford. She worked part-time at a boutique salon and supplemented the rest with influencer work, which mostly meant posting curated pictures of coffee and pretending to be sponsored. I knew she was barely holding it together. I also knew our dad had used his credit to push the lease through despite already juggling debt from one of his failing ventures. So I checked something. There it was. A court filing. Notice of civil litigation. Past due rent, 3 months. The apartment management company had filed against both her and my dad. That's when I made another call. Not to the building, not to Courtney, but to the collections agency that had flagged my credit 2 years ago when she missed a payment on a phone plan I once co-signed back in college. I had screenshots from that fiasco too. I sent them an anonymous tip that Courtney might be hiding income through cash apps and gifts from digital sponsorships despite claiming no income on her debt relief application. All public, all verifiable. I even attached a few screenshots of her bragging about getting free money from brands. She got served a week later. The notice came while she was live on Instagram doing a Q&A. I saw it because someone screen recorded it and sent it to me. The moment her face dropped, mid-lip gloss, as a man off camera handed her a manila envelope. She didn't finish the live. The next day, my father texted me. Not to apologize, not to ask how I was doing. He just sent 3 words. "This is war." I didn't reply, but I did make sure he'd get a call from a local reporter I used to know. She owed me a favor from back when I helped her get a lead on a tax fraud case years ago. I gave her a tip. Look into local small business grants issued to people who never delivered what they promised. Guess whose name came up? My father's consulting firm had taken a $12,000 relief check during the pandemic to digitally expand his business. No website, no online presence, no taxes filed for the year, nothing. The article dropped 2 days later, short but sharp. His name was right there. It didn't say guilty, but it didn't need to. The comments under the post were brutal. And then the calls stopped. No more lawyer. No more missed calls. No more text messages pretending I'd misunderstood what family meant. But I wasn't satisfied. Not yet. Because they still thought this was about a canceled vacation, a car, a few thousand. They didn't understand that they'd stolen something else entirely. They took peace, trust, time, and now they'd get all of it back piece by piece, but not the way they wanted. The silence held for 6 days. No texts, no calls, no snide public posts. The quiet was eerie. But I knew them. They weren't defeated. They were regrouping, waiting for something they could twist into another reason to make me the villain. Then something unexpected happened. I got a letter in the mail. Real paper. No return address, but the handwriting was familiar. Inside was a single sheet. I didn't know what they did until after. "I'm sorry. I'm not like them." No signature, but I knew the handwriting. My cousin Leah. She was always the quiet one. Kept to herself. Never jumped in when the family ganged up on someone. I hadn't thought about her during all this. She hadn't been on the trip list, and she rarely showed up to the bigger family events. I considered reaching out, but I didn't. Not yet. Because 3 hours after I got that letter, I got a call from my dad's lawyer again. I let it go to voicemail. Same number, same robotic tone, but this time the message was different. "Thomas, we've received notice of an inheritance transfer pending your signature. It seems your grandfather left you the duplex." My grandfather had passed away a year earlier. Everyone assumed the duplex would go to Aunt Melissa. She'd been living in it for years, rent-free, as a sort of unspoken deal. But apparently, she never checked the updated will. He changed it 6 months before he died. Quietly left the duplex to me because I was the only one in the family who ever helped him with his hospital visits, who showed up without asking for something. I called the lawyer back, confirmed it, got the documents. Melissa had no idea. 2 days later, I posted a listing, 2-bedroom duplex, newly inherited, available for rental. Priority given to quiet tenants. Melissa found out the next morning. Courtney sent me a voice message screeching. She accused me of trying to make their mother homeless. I didn't reply. Melissa had never paid rent in that place. She trashed it, painted over original hardwood, and left garbage in the backyard like she didn't think anyone would ever hold her accountable. And now she was being held accountable. But the biggest twist was still coming. 3 days after the listing went live, I got an email from a guy named Brian Keller. Said he was interested in the duplex, wanted to meet. I Googled him out of habit. Turns out he was a CPA, used to work for the IRS, now freelanced as a tax investigator. He didn't want to rent the place. He wanted to talk. We met at a diner off the highway. He brought a thick folder, and what he told me knocked the breath out of my lungs. He'd been investigating my father. Apparently, someone had anonymously flagged his consulting business after that small news article. Brian had followed the money and found inconsistencies, misreported income, fake 1099s, phantom employees. Then he leaned in and said, "Do you know anything about a trust fund tied to your name that was emptied in 2019? I didn't. Turns out my grandfather had left me a small trust when I turned 18. Nothing life-changing, but about $25,000. It was supposed to be held until I turned 25, which never happened because in 2019, it was quietly closed by my father using forged paperwork." Brian handed me the documents, copies of signatures, timelines, transaction logs. It was real. All this time, I thought the worst thing they'd done was steal a vacation. I was wrong. They'd stolen years from me. Now I wasn't just playing chess anymore. I was lighting the board on fire. I left the diner in silence, the folder still sitting on the passenger seat like a loaded weapon. I drove without music. No podcasts, just the sound of my own breathing and tires over asphalt. Every few minutes I glanced at the folder, half expecting it to burst into flames. Brian had laid it out clearly. In 2019, my father had accessed the trust fund left by my grandfather. $25,000 meant for me. It had been transferred, closed, and erased with forged documents, signatures that weren't mine, records showing money withdrawn in pieces, funneled through an account tied to my dad's business. While I was working night shifts and skipping meals, there had been a safety net I never knew existed. One he cut out from under me before I ever had the chance to use it. He didn't just steal money. He stole years of struggle I didn't need to live through, and now I couldn't unsee it. Back at my place, I didn't turn on the lights, just sat in the dark. Phone in one hand, the folder in the other. My inbox had 3 new emails, all from the property listing for the duplex. All serious renters, real people. I wasn't sure why, but I hesitated. For the first time in weeks, I paused. Not because I doubted what I was doing, but because the weight of it was finally setting in. Everything had shifted. The casual revenge, the petty power moves. This wasn't petty anymore. This was war, and the stakes had just changed. I got up, pulled the deed paperwork from my drawer, and filed the final ownership change myself. I wanted no delays. I wanted it official. The duplex was mine now, legally and completely, and they were going to feel that because I wasn't renting it to strangers anymore. I had other plans for that house. I had one of those whiteboards with a calendar grid, left over from a project at work. I wiped it clean and started writing names, dates, connections. My dad, Courtney and Melissa, Uncle Jeff, debts, secrets, leverage, notes from Brian's folder. Each corner of the board filled up quickly. Then I circled one name I hadn't focused on before. Leah, my cousin who'd sent that anonymous letter, the only one who'd broken ranks. I hadn't replied to her, hadn't acknowledged it at all. But something about her timing, it didn't feel like guilt. Felt like something else. Maybe she knew more. Maybe she was trying to distance herself before things exploded. At 1:13 a.m., I got a message. No name, just a number I didn't recognize. And one single image. It was the duplex. Nighttime taken from a car. Maybe the front porch dimly lit. For rent sign still up. No message, no context, just the photo. I stared at it, unmoving. Then another message came through. No words again, just a screenshot. A bank transfer, 5 figures, an account number that started with the same 4 digits from the trust Brian had shown me. A withdrawal. May 2019. Someone was watching and they wanted me to know it. I tried calling the number, straight to voicemail. No ID. I didn't sleep that night because now I knew I wasn't the only one digging through the past. I wasn't the only one who had something to lose. And someone somewhere was trying to warn me or threaten me or both. I'll be back with what happened next. I need to put it down, make sense of it because what unraveled after that photo changed everything. But for now, that's all. Final update. It's been 4 months since that last message, the one with the photo of the duplex and the screenshot of the 2019 bank transfer. I never figured out who sent it. The number disconnected a week later. I tried tracing it through a friend who works in IT security. Burner phone, no history, nothing attached. But it didn't matter because by then the rest had already started falling apart. About a week after that night, I got an email from Brian again. He didn't say much, just sent over one document. It was the final draft of his report marked complete. He had submitted it to the IRS and a few other relevant agencies. A quiet, thorough investigation. Tax fraud, wire fraud, identity theft, and false documentation. All of it tied to my father. He added one sentence in the email. You won't need to press charges. They're already moving. 3 days later, my dad's business website went offline. His number was disconnected. And then the lawyer, the one who'd left me all those voicemails, quit. Apparently, my father hadn't paid him in 2 months. Courtney was evicted not long after. Last I heard, she was back at my parents' place, which had a foreclosure sign sitting in the yard by mid-May. Aunt Melissa messaged me once. Not to scream or threaten, just the quiet, I didn't know it would go this far. I didn't reply. And Uncle Jeff, he lost his job officially. Policy violation was the public term, but it wasn't hard to piece together what happened. I never rented the duplex. I decided not to. Instead, I cleaned it out, had the locks changed, painted every room, and kept it empty. Sometimes I sit on the porch in the evenings and just listen to the wind blow through that quiet residential street. Peace has a sound, and this is what it sounds like. As for the trust fund, Brian confirmed the IRS will be pursuing repayment. I'll probably never see the full $25,000 again. But that's fine. It's not about the money anymore. It hasn't been for a while. The truth is, I didn't destroy them. They did it to themselves. I just stopped shielding them from the consequences. And Leah, she wrote again. This time she signed it. Told me she'd left the family group chat, cut off contact, started therapy. Said watching what happened made her realize how deep the dysfunction ran. She ended her letter with, "You were the only one who walked away and didn't come back. I'm trying to do that now, too." I haven't replied yet, but I will because I'm not angry anymore. I'm not plotting or waiting or reliving it in my head. It's over. Now on to the next story. Story 8. I came home for Thanksgiving, but no one was there except my grandpa. My dad sent me a text message saying, "We spent your $7,000 on a family vacation. Have fun." Then my grandpa said, "Trust me, they won't like when I'm done." I just agreed. 5 days later, they were crying and begging. I flew back to Ohio from Denver on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. The weather was classic Midwest. Gray skies, half-melted snow on the runway, wind that would cut through your jacket no matter how expensive it was. I had been away at school since August, and between classes, working part-time, and trying to stay afloat financially, I hadn't had time to think about much else. But the thought of Thanksgiving at home always made things better. Or it used to. My grandfather, Harold, was waiting at the airport with one of those ridiculous handwritten signs. It said, "Nathan, unpaid farm hand." I hadn't even touched my bag, and I was already smiling. That was Grandpa for you. Quiet most of the time, but when he spoke, it always landed. We didn't say much on the drive back, just the usual small talk. He pointed out a dead deer on the side of the road and mumbled something about how people used to know how to drive in the snow. We pulled into the driveway. The house looked deserted. No lights, no decorations, no sign that a single pie had been thought of, let alone baked. I walked in and it all hit me at once. No smell of turkey or cinnamon. No voices, no football game echoing from the living room. Just silence and a strange emptiness, as if someone had packed up the spirit of Thanksgiving and shipped it off to a better family. I stood there confused, my suitcase still in my hand. Grandpa walked in behind me and sat down at the kitchen table like everything was fine. I checked my phone. A message from my father sent 3 hours earlier. We spent $7,000 on a family vacation. Have fun. There was a photo attached. The whole family. My mom, my dad, my younger sister, even the damn dog, posing in front of a beach resort, matching Hawaiian shirts, sunglasses, cocktails in hand. The caption, Maui 2025. I stared at the screen for maybe a minute. First, I thought it was a joke. But no, they actually left. They went on vacation without telling me during Thanksgiving. And not just any vacation. A $7,000 vacation. I showed Grandpa the note. He stared at it for a long time, his expression blank. Then he said calmly, "We'll show them where the crabs hibernate." I didn't even ask what that meant. I just nodded. I hadn't heard that phrase in years. But I knew what it meant. Something was coming. The next morning, Grandpa woke me early. He handed me coffee and a yellow legal pad and told me to start writing things down. Names, dates, accounts, everything I could remember about the money I'd saved over the summer. See, what I hadn't told him yet, but was about to, was that I'd saved up about $8,000 working 2 jobs over the summer. Most of it was cash. I kept it in my room hidden because I didn't trust online banks after what happened last year. I went upstairs and checked my room and, yeah, it was gone. That was the moment it stopped being a petty, messed-up family move. That was when it became theft. I came back downstairs and gave Grandpa the list. He looked at it and said nothing, just nodded once. Then he picked up the house phone and made 3 calls. One to a guy named Benny, one to a lawyer he knew from a poker game, and one to his old friend Ed, who used to work for the sheriff's department. By dinner, he had a full plan. It involved legal pressure, family shame, and a few strategic leaks to certain people my dad definitely didn't want to know about. Grandpa wasn't angry. He was surgical. They thought they were just going on a nice vacation without the boring son and the old man. What they didn't know was that they had officially started a war. And in 5 days, they'd be crying on the porch, begging me to help them undo what Grandpa had started. But that part is yet to come. First, you have to know what happened the next morning. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of Grandpa typing. And when I say typing, I mean a typewriter, not a laptop, not even a desktop, an actual World War II-looking machine that he dragged down from the attic as if he were preparing for Cold War espionage. He looked up, handed me a cup of instant coffee, and pointed to the table. There were folders on it. Receipts, old financial records, tax forms, and in the middle of it, my list, the one where I wrote down the $8,170 I had saved over the summer. He didn't say anything for a while, just kept typing. Eventually, he slid a sheet of paper across the table. It was a letter to my father. No emotion, just facts. It explained how I had saved the money, where it was kept, and how that exact amount had mysteriously disappeared just before the family left for Maui. No accusations, but no room for doubt. I didn't ask how he was so calm. I just watched him move like a man who had waited years for something to matter again. He wasn't angry. He was energized. By noon, Grandpa had mailed certified copies of that letter to 3 people. My dad's employer, his accountant, who also did my uncle's taxes, and his country club. It wasn't even revenge yet, just warning shots. Then came the second wave. We went to the bank. Grandpa had me open a separate account in his name with me as a cosigner. It wasn't for protection. It was bait. He put in $100 just to make it official. Said we'd need it later. After that, we drove to a friend of his, a grizzled old guy named Kenny who ran a print shop out of a garage. Kenny made us a dozen fake, save-the-date postcards for a fictitious 75th birthday party for Grandpa. The guest list. Everyone my mom liked to show off to neighbors, her Pilates friends, and worst of all, her church group. At this point, I didn't even know what the plan was. I was just following orders. That night, Grandpa cooked something strange with onions and canned fish, poured us both a glass of cheap whiskey, and sat down across from me. He said my dad used to steal quarters out of his ashtray when he was a teenager. He said it was always small at first and no one noticed, but the habit never left him. Grandpa had let it go for decades. This wasn't just about money. It was about what happens when you think you'll never be held accountable. And then he said something that still echoes in my head. I didn't raise him to be that kind of man. But if he wants to act like one, we'll treat him like one. The next day, I posted the Maui family photo on Facebook with a caption that simply said, "Glad they're enjoying my tuition money." It was shared 27 times in an hour. First, nothing. Then my phone lit up. Texts, missed calls. One from my mom asking me to delete the post. Another from my dad saying I was overacting. A voicemail from my sister that started with, "You really don't understand how hard they work," and ended with, "God, you're such a martyr." I ignored them all. 3 hours later, they finally called Grandpa. I sat next to him as the phone rang. He answered as if nothing was wrong. He just said, "Uh-huh," a lot while they talked. Then after a long pause, he looked at me, gave the slightest nod and said, "You will return every dollar or I press send." Then he hung up. I asked what send meant. He pointed to a folder on his desk labeled IRS contact sheet. I began to realize that Grandpa wasn't bluffing. And the best part? He still hadn't told them he knew they'd taken the money from my room. That part came next. The day after the phone call, things got weird fast. My dad tried to pretend it was all a misunderstanding. He sent an email titled Clarification, where he basically tried to make it sound like they thought I was not coming home and assumed the money was just some forgotten leftover from high school, which would have been funny if it wasn't so pathetic. I literally texted my mom 2 weeks ago about Thanksgiving plans. She even asked if I liked pumpkin or pecan pie, but sure, yeah, just a big misunderstanding. Grandpa didn't reply. He printed out the email, folded it in half, and put it in a red folder labeled Idiots. That same morning, Grandpa made a quiet visit to the county clerk's office and picked up a small claims form. Then we stopped by his lawyer's house. Yes, house. The guy works out of his converted basement and brews his own beer in the garage. His name is Arthur. He's in his 70s and he smiled a little too broadly when Grandpa told him what had happened. Arthur wrote a formal demand letter. It listed the amount stolen, named my dad and mom, and politely suggested that if the full amount wasn't repaid within 3 business days, legal action would be taken, including fraud, theft, and trespassing on private property. That was the same day Grandpa found out how they got into my stash. Turns out my mom found the money during a deep clean of my room before I got back. The same deep clean where she put my high school baseball trophies up for sale on Facebook Marketplace. She texted this little tidbit to my aunt thinking she was venting. My aunt screenshotted the message and sent it directly to me with the caption, "WTF is wrong with them?" That was the last thing Grandpa needed. He didn't yell. He didn't even look angry. He just walked over to the kitchen, pulled out a dusty cigar box from the top shelf, and opened it. Inside was an old ledger from when he ran a farm equipment business. Names, numbers, accounts. He turned to a blank page and started a new one. At the top, he wrote, "People who no longer exist." And below that, he added my father's name, then my mother's. Then, after a moment's hesitation, my sister's. He closed the box. He said nothing more for the rest of the night. The next morning, he called his bank and cut off the monthly automatic payments he'd been sending to my parents' mortgage. Apparently, he'd been paying some of their bills for years, just never told anyone. Then he called his financial advisor and made another change, removing both of their names as beneficiaries. The advisor asked if he was sure. Grandpa said, "The kid's got more backbone than both of them combined. Give it all to him." That afternoon, a black SUV pulled into our driveway. It was them, my parents, back from Maui early. I watched them through the front window, looking tired, sunburned, and completely confused about how the power dynamic had shifted so much in 5 days. My father knocked on the door. Grandpa didn't even move. I opened it. They didn't even say hello. They just walked in like they still owned the place. My mom looked around and asked where the dog was. He was at our neighbor's. Grandpa had thought ahead. Then they sat down all dramatic and my dad looked at me and said, "We need to talk to your grandfather." Grandpa was sitting in his recliner, flipping through a Base Pro catalog like nothing was happening. I told them he was listening. My dad started going on about how it was all a misunderstanding, that they panicked, that they didn't think it would blow up like this. Grandpa turned the page, didn't say a word. Then my mom did what she does best. She started crying, told Grandpa they made a mistake. They felt terrible, and she was about to call the police to report the money missing and say it must have been a burglary. That's when Grandpa finally spoke. "If you lie to the police about stealing from your own son, I'll give them your text messages myself." Silence. He stood up, walked to the desk, and handed my dad the letter from Arthur. My dad looked at it, went pale, then put it down as if it might catch fire. Then Grandpa looked at them both and said something I'll never forget. "Return every cent or Nathan presses send." They didn't ask what send meant. They didn't have to. The envelope on the desk marked IRS said enough. I watched my father swallow whatever pride he had left. "Can we at least have a couple of days?" he asked. Grandpa nodded. "You have until Monday." And then he left the room. They begged me to talk to him. They said I was the only one who could get through to him. I said I'd think about it. I didn't. They left with their heads down and promises flying in every direction. They would fix it. They said they'd make it right. They'd talk to the bank first thing Monday. I said nothing. I just closed the door behind them and watched through the window as their SUV drove away like criminals leaving the scene of their own intervention. Grandpa didn't say much the rest of the day. He grilled 2 steaks in the snow and gave me the bigger one without asking. We watched a rerun of Jeopardy, and he fell asleep in the recliner before the final round. I sat in the silence and thought about how quickly everything had changed. 5 days ago, I thought I was coming home to mashed potatoes and passive-aggressive jokes from my aunt. Now I was part of a family mutiny orchestrated by a man who didn't raise his voice but somehow still ran the house. Monday came. No money transfer, no apology, just a text from my mom. "It was a difficult weekend. Please give us some time." I showed it to Grandpa. He read it, nodded once, then slid the drawer open and pulled out the envelope marked IRS. Underneath it was another marked Sheriff's Department. He opened them both, placed them on the kitchen table, and handed me a pen. "I'm not doing this behind your back, but you say the word and everything goes away." I asked him to wait another day. Not for her, for me. I wanted to see how far they'd take this. So I texted my dad, "Grandpa has the letters. You have until noon tomorrow." No reply. Tuesday morning, I got up early. There was already movement downstairs. Grandpa was sitting at the table drinking coffee, the envelope still untouched. I checked my phone. Nothing. At 11:50, the phone rang. It was my sister. I answered it, and all I heard was her sobbing. I waited. Finally, she handed the phone to my father. He said they didn't have the money. I asked what they had. He said they had about $3,000. The rest was tied up in the resort bill, some tour packages, and a scooter accident my mom got into that apparently racked up $2,000 in fees. I honestly had no idea if he was lying or if they were really that stupid. I asked him again, "Did they take the money out of my room?" Silence. Then finally, yes. I went into the kitchen, picked up the 2 envelopes, and sat down across from Grandpa. Then I said, "Okay, send the first one." He didn't ask me if I was sure. The IRS envelope went out at 12:04. Certified mail. I texted my dad again. One down. At 2 o'clock, they showed up unannounced. My mom was crying before they even knocked. My dad looked like he hadn't slept in 2 days. They didn't ask to come in. They just stood on the porch like kids caught cheating on a test. Grandpa didn't move from his chair, but I opened the door. They were begging, like really begged. Said they didn't want to hurt me. Said it was a lapse in judgment. My mom tried to guilt Grandpa with a story about how hard she worked in her 20s to pay for his medicine. He said nothing. He just sat there and sipped his coffee. Then my dad said they were going to get the money, every last cent. He asked Grandpa to cancel the IRS letter. Grandpa looked up and said, "Then pay Nathan back in full in cash. Today." They began to talk about bank limits and transfer delays. Grandpa held up a hand. No arguments. Just today. They left again, less dramatically this time. At 6:43 p.m., my dad pulled into the driveway and handed me an envelope with $5,000 in cash. He said the rest would be there by Thursday. I took it, counted it, and closed the door. I gave the envelope to Grandpa. He took out $500, gave it back to me, and said, "For your trouble." Then he lit a cigar on the porch and said, "We'll hold the second envelope for now." He never told me he had a second one, but I knew Thursday was coming. Thursday came with a strange calm. No phone calls, no texts, no SUVs pulling up like suburban gangsters. Just gray skies and the smell of snow coming in again. Grandpa made pancakes and added chocolate chips as if it were some kind of silent reward ceremony. We ate in the kitchen with the envelope still on the counter, untouched, waiting. I didn't expect them to show up with the rest of the money, but I was wrong. At exactly 10:27, my dad texted, "We have the rest. Please let us in." Grandpa didn't look up from his crossword puzzle. I opened the door. There they were. My mom looking like she hadn't slept. My dad holding a plain white envelope as if it were nuclear launch codes. They didn't speak. They just handed it over and waited. Inside was $3,170 in cash. To the dollar, no note, no apology. I didn't say thank you. I didn't say anything. I put it on the table next to the first envelope and looked at Grandpa. He looked at the total, nodded, and said, "Now they'll wait." My parents asked what he meant. He stood up and said, "You'll find out on Sunday." They left without a word. My mother looked back once as if to say something, but the door closed before she could. That night, Grandpa got a call from his financial advisor. I only caught part of the conversation, but it was about changing the will again. After he hung up, he handed me a folder. Inside was a document naming me as the sole beneficiary of everything. Savings, property, even the old truck out back that hadn't run since 2004. I told him I didn't need any of it. He said, "It's not about need." Then Sunday came. Grandpa dressed like he was going to church. Khakis, tucked-in shirt, jacket with the elbow patches. But we didn't go to church. We went to the community center in town. See those save the date cards we printed? He actually mailed them. Told everyone he was having an early 75th birthday potluck. And everyone showed up. Neighbors, old poker buddies, even the pastor. And most importantly, my parents. They walked in like nothing was wrong, smiling, waving. My mom passed out cookies. My dad poured lemonade. It was all very weird, normal, and functional. Then Grandpa walked up with a microphone. He thanked everyone for coming, made a few jokes about how getting old means getting loud about your will, and then casually announced that he'd recently updated all of his estate plans, effective immediately. He looked directly at my father. I left everything to the one person who didn't steal from me or lie to my face. Nathan. You could hear a fork hit the tile floor. My mother laughed as if he were joking. He wasn't. He handed me the microphone and walked away like it was karaoke night. I didn't give a speech. I just said thank you. Then we served cake. My parents left early. No goodbyes, no hugs. But Grandpa and we stayed till the end, played cards with the minister, ate too much casserole, and on the way home, Grandpa said, "Revenge isn't loud. It's just lasting." I woke up the Monday after the party and thought maybe it was over, that we'd move on, that the silence would hold, that the storm had passed. But Grandpa wasn't done. By 9 a.m., he was already outside on a ladder in the cold, unscrewing the security camera my dad had installed last year. He didn't say anything when I came out with coffee, just kept working. Then he went around the house changing locks. Front door, garage, even the little basement lock that no one uses. When I asked him why he was doing all this now, he looked at me and said, "They lost access." That afternoon, he printed out a list of everything he still shared with my parents. Joint accounts, bills, any shared subscriptions, even the AAA roadside service. He canceled them one by one, calling customer service on speakerphone, using his full name, spelling it clearly, making sure they understood. Each call ended the same way. "Yes, I'm sure. Remove it." He called his bank and removed me from the cosign student account, not to punish me, but to open a new one in my name only. Then he moved his savings into that account, every dollar. He said he was tired of watching other people misuse the things he'd worked his whole life for. Later that night, after dinner, he took an old fireproof box out of the hall closet. Inside was a thick folder with the words, "Last Will and Testament," handwritten in faded ink. He tossed it into the fireplace and struck a match. "You don't reward rats with cheese," he said. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. The following Friday, a card from my mother arrived in the mail. Store-bought, generic. It said, "We miss you. Come home for Christmas. Let's start over." Inside was a picture of the tree being decorated. Our dog was wearing reindeer antlers. My sister was holding a tray of cookies. Everything about it screamed, "See, nothing happened." Grandpa looked at it and handed it back to me. "Desperate people decorate early," he muttered. I didn't react to the card, but I did take a picture of the fireplace. No stockings, no ornaments, just the clean surface of the bricks and a fire burning low behind the grate. I posted it with the caption, "You can't decorate over betrayal." It got even more attention than the Thanksgiving post. 2 days later, there was a knock at the door. It was my dad. He wasn't wearing a jacket, even though it was below freezing. No car in sight, just him, looking more like someone who just left a construction site than a man trying to feed his family. Grandpa opened the door halfway. My dad didn't say hello. He didn't ask to come in. He just said, "You won." Grandpa shook his head. This wasn't a game. Then he closed the door. The next morning, Grandpa made another phone call, not to a lawyer or a bank, but to the county auditor. He asked what forms were needed to transfer a property title. Said he wanted to do it in person. No third party. 2 days later, we sat across from a tired woman in a government office while Grandpa signed the deed to the house over to me. He left the utilities in his name, but everything else, taxes, land, future ownership, was now mine. When we got home, he handed me the lawyer's folder again. This time I noticed something new. A little note stapled to the front that said, "Trust is a stronger legacy than money." Winter came hard after that. The snow came early. Grandpa and I didn't do anything fancy for Christmas. No tree, no lights, just a roast chicken and some old war movies on DVD. We never heard from my parents again. Not directly. I saw a post from my mom on Facebook in January. It was a photo of her and my dad smiling at some fundraiser with the caption, "Some things are just too precious to give up." I didn't like it. I didn't comment. I just kept scrolling. A few months later, I got a letter in the mail, handwritten, from my sister. She wanted to meet for coffee. Said she didn't agree with everything that happened, but she finally understood why. I haven't answered yet. Sometimes a clean break is the most merciful thing you can do. And Grandpa? He's still here, still quiet, still watching the neighborhood through the living room window like a retired detective waiting for another case. But every now and then, I catch him smiling when he sees me fixing something around the house or paying bills on time or just living with a little more backbone than I used to. They thought they could erase me with a vacation. Instead, they erased themselves from the will, from the house, from history. You wanted to know where the crabs winter? Right here, in a warm house owned by someone who deserves it. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.